Okay, I welcome you all to this meeting. Can I get a roll call, please? Here.
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 Here. Oh, here.
Thank you. Approval of the agenda. Do we have any amendments or table or withdrawn items? Jose.
Mr. Chair, there are no amendments to the agenda or withdrawn items.
Okay, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Can I get a second? All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay. Next is approval of the minutes of August 17th, 2023. Do we have any discussion or comments? Okay, do I have a motion?
I'll move to approve the minutes.
Okay, do we have a second? Okay. All in favor of approval of the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Night.
All opposed? Okay. Consent calendar, we have 2 cases on there. Can I get a motion for approval? The consent calendar?
I move that we approve the consent calendar.
Okay, can I get a second? Okay, all in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, thank you. Okay, new business. Case number 23-5131, Michael Jordan variance. I believe Jessica, please come forward.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jessica Gonzalez, Building and Development Review Specialist with Growth Management Division. Michelle Jordan, applicant, requests approval of a density variance to allow 2 dwelling units on a 6.4 acre parcel. Currently, the applicant has an existing main residence and a guest home. The subject property lies within the residential fringe zoning district where the base density is 1 dwelling per 5 acres. The property is located at 12 North Fork Road within Township 15 North, Range East, 8 East, Section 25, Commission District 5, SDA 2. The applicant is requesting a variance of Table 8-9 dimensional standards for residential fringe zoning to allow 2 dwellings on a 6.4 acre lot. Residential fringe zoning allows for 1 dwelling per 5 acres. The primary residence consists of 3,100 square foot heated area, and the second dwelling consists of 700 square foot heated area, which includes a loft and a 200 square foot garage. The dwellings share a well and are on individual septic systems. The applicant states that she bought the property as is with 2 dwellings on the property. The second dwelling is 2 stories and is on an individual septic system, which is contrary to the SLDC standards for an accessory dwelling unit as defined by the SLDC Section 10.4.2.3. The applicant has addressed the variance criteria and staff has responded to the applicant's comments. Building and Development Services staff has reviewed this request for compliance with pertinent SLDC requirements and has found that the facts presented do not support the request for a variance. The use may impact adjacent land uses. Residential fringe zoning allows for 1 dwelling unit per 5 acres. On August 10th, 2023, this request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Hearing Officer. The hearing officer memorialized findings of fact and conclusions of law in a recommended order on this request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended the applicant apply for an after-the-fact permit for an accessory dwelling unit with staff's recommended conditions. The written order and the minutes of the August 10th, 2023 hearing are attached as Exhibits 9 and 10. Staff recommends denial of the request for a variance to allow 2 dwelling units on the 6.54 acre parcel. If the Planning Commission finds the variance criteria has been met and recommends approval of the variance, staff recommends the following conditions be imposed. This report and exhibits listed below are hereby submitted as part of the hearing record.
Okay, thank you, Jessica. Do we want those conditions on the record? If the Planning Commission finds the variance criteria has been met and recommends approval of the variance, staff recommends the following conditions be imposed.
Mr. Chair, yes, please.
Thank you. Okay, does the commission have any questions of staff?
Mr. Chair, I have a question for staff.
Okay.
When did the SLDC get created, passed, and approved?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. When did the Sustainable Land Development Code get created, passed, and approved?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, turn out, 2016 was the last version to get approved.
Did these structures all have permits?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the accessory dwelling unit was originally permitted as a garage, and yes, there was a permit for the main dwelling.
Thank you.
Jessica, do we know who knew the property prior, or before they purchased it?
Mr. Chair, I am not sure. The applicant is here who may know that.
Okay. Thank you. Does anybody else have, Eric?
Chairman and Jessica, the hearing officer in her recommendation for approval suggested that the secondary dwelling could be permitted as an ADU. However, staff recommendation is if this is approved, it would be as a second dwelling unit. Is that because of the loft within the secondary? I'm just trying to understand, reconcile those differences. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that is correct, being that the ADU has a loft and is on its own septic system. It would have to be a second main dwelling.
Okay, any other questions? JJ, got anything? Not yet? Oh, Eric.
One more, Mr. Chair. And maybe this is for council. I'm just trying to understand this. There seem to be a number of these cases where there is no new development. However, because folks are, who are living on the property also have a secondary unit that they're using as a short-term rental, it's causing them to get thrown back in the hopper and go through the filter again. Is there because this is not an approval of development, but instead a variance of existing construction, is there any other remedy to allow, for example, this garage thing with a loft in it to be approved as an ADU that does not require ripping out staircases or things like that? I'm just trying to understand, once you toss them back in the hopper, what is the approval process? What variances are allowed? Because it's possible to vary some conditions, and so approval of a variance as an ADU, even though it is a two-story, even though there's a loft in the elevated space. I'm just trying to understand what are the limitations that are on the commission in our powers. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, and you are correct, and you've seen one at least come through here in the same situation. So with any permit, when they come in for a building permit or any other land division, we have to make sure that any structures on the property are permitted through the county or non-conforming pre-81. They were there since then. As through the STRs, we're finding more and more of these. We have processed quite a few of them administratively as an after-the-fact permit because they meet all the requirements, whether it's setback, height, using the same utilities, using the same driveway, and they meet those requirements. So no fault of the current owner. They bought it that way most of the time, but they have to get it fixed if they want to get their short-term rental license. So in this instance, again, it's a two-story. It doesn't meet. We initially had it in as a variance of density, which would give them the 2 units. But variance of the height and variance of the utilities would also be an option, and maybe a minor easing of the code to give the applicant the ADU. Also, one of our conditions reads to try to keep it within the ADU requirement is, it's the fourth condition. Expansion to the second dwelling shall be limited to a footprint of a total of 1,400 square feet. So I would be less than of the heated, half the heated area of the main dwelling. So we're trying to present this as a minor easing to go into to allow the accessory dwelling unit.
Thank you, Jose. Appreciate it.
Any other questions? Staff? Okay, thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is the
I'm sorry,
applicant
Mr.
here?
Chair, I have
Okay, I'm sorry.
one additional question for staff.
Yeah, please.
Given that the SLDC was approved by the Santa Fe County Commission in 2016, and the garage was built in 1999, and the owner says that it was permitted, does that structure then get grandfathered under whatever previous zoning was in place?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the garage, as if it was permitted prior to the SLDC, yes, it's legal. It was the conversion and the use as a residence, and the properties are allowed an accessory dwelling unit. So this one was it was converted without a permit for the ADU.
Okay. Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Who's the applicant? Is the applicant here? Please step forward. Please get sworn in.
Maureen Mestas, Mestas, Orion West LLC, 2213 Brothers Road, Suite 800, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87505.
And I'm Michelle Jordan, 12 North Fork, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87508.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commission. We appeared before the hearing officer a few weeks ago to present this, and as you know and are well informed that staff recommended a denial. I think it's important to note a few things about the features of the property and the circumstances involved. There's been discussion then and again today that the current owner, relied on representations from the seller and licensed real estate brokers when she purchased the property in 2013 that all structures were permitted, and the seller was able to present permits and tags of inspection and passing inspection. Ms. Jordan, the applicant, is not a real estate expert. She is not a licensed real estate broker. She's not a land use expert. She is not a real estate investor. She made all the reasonable inquiries and due diligence of an average consumer who is interested in purchasing a residential property. At the time that she purchased it, it was not contemplated that she would be doing short-term rental, but in the course of her ownership, she decided that she needed, as a matter of need, to supplement her income, and doing a short-term rental was the way to do that. At the time she purchased the property, short-term rental permits were not required, and at the time that this became an issue, short-term rental permits were not required until that ordinance was contemplated by the county. So we have gone through all of the requirements. We have met all the burden that the county has asked of Ms. Jordan, and I have to excuse myself for just 1 second. Sorry, I was trying not to do that. She has made application, she has followed all the directions and requirements of the county, and I think this hearing officer's recommended order is accurate, that in summarizing the staff report and all the facts of this case, she does meet certain variance requirements, and to grant this variance requirement pursuant to Chapter 4.9.7.4, the request is not contrary to public interest. The property existed in its current form before she purchased it. It's a very nice residential property. All of the structures and improvements are consolidated on the 6.54 acres in a very small area. It does not sprawl. It does not have anything that a person would not expect to see on a residential property. She doesn't operate any kind of activity at the property that violates the ordinance or the zoning of the property. She's always pursued business licenses as required, and she's, once finding out that the short-term rental ordinance was contemplated, sought to have a permit. And so I think it's important to note that this person has always complied with the county, the rules, the laws, and the ordinance and requirements of the county, and here she is today attempting to do that again. There is no reason to deny this request, this application, because it would be an extraordinary and exceptional situation that this would cause undue hardship to the owner, to ask her to dismantle, demolish, or in any other way alter the property that takes away her much-needed income from her short-term rentals would be quite a hardship on the applicant. And third, the spirit of the SLDC is observed and substantial justice is done in granting it. Ms. Jordan just wants to enjoy her property as she purchased it and operate her short-term rental as allowed by the county. One thing I do want to point out, and please excuse me, the loft, the character of the loft is not an actual full second story. It is a sloping roof, and the previous owner took advantage of that slope to add a deck above the living area below, so you cannot fully stand up in that area. That is an area that's utilized by the interior of the Casita guest house, but it's not an actual second story in character and appearance.
Okay, anything else? Okay, does the commission have any questions of the applicant?
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, you did ask who the previous owner was,
Yes,
and the applicant is in possession of that information. The previous owner is Gustavo Duran by county record.
okay, thank you. Okay, does the commission have any questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chair,
JJ?
I've got a question. Have you by any chance talked to the realtor that was involved in the sale of this property?
No.
How come you haven't talked to the realtor? Is they in town, or what's this?
All of the documentation in possession of the current owner was in her file that she obtained from both realtors during the course of the transaction. The title binder, all marketing materials, MLS data, everything that she had at the time that she purchased it, she has in her files.
But you haven't talked to the realtor and explained to them that there's a little problem here, that she was misled in thinking that she had an accessory dwelling unit on the property, and then all of a sudden that's not the case. Doesn't the realtor have a little responsibility for that?
That's a question of law, and that's something that the applicants could certainly look into.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions?
Question, Jim. So if this is approved, staff is asking that the applicant provide OSC and an NMED permits along with, I suppose, your costs. What do you think, this is a question for the owner, what do you think this is going to end up costing you if this is successful to conclude this action?
So what will this end up costing me?
Yes.
To get it approved as a short-term rental and a residence?
Yep.
So far, I'm at getting close to $6,000 in this process. And I don't know how much more it's going to cost. And that is causing difficulty for me. And also not being able to operate. I have a short-term permit right now. However, if I'm shut down, that's going to cost tens of thousands. I've been doing this for 7 years.
So, this is sort of a question for staff then. It says that the applicant shall provide an OSC and NMED permits. What's the county going to charge her?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, charge them for the after-the-fact permit?
I'm saying if we approve this and we follow your recommendations, what is the county going to be charging her on top of what she's already spent?
Excuse
The
me.
fees.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, a permit like this, an after-the-fact permit would probably be about $500.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, any other questions? Carl? No, I don't. Steve, you have any more questions?
No.
Okay, I have a question. What do you think about the hearing officer's recommendation?
That the structure is approved.
No, basically, on August 10, 2023, this request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Hearing Officer. The hearing officer memorialized the findings of fact and conclusions of law in a recommended order on this request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended the applicant apply for an after-the-fact permit for an accessory unit with staff's recommended action conditions.
So the way that I'm understanding you, and I appreciate how you can talk so fast because I talk so slow. But what I'm getting from what you're saying with the after-the-fact permit, that I'm good with doing the after-the-fact. Oh, I'm good with doing the after-the-fact permit. I believe in compliance. I want to do things the right way. That's been my nature. But I do think that if there's a grandfathered in based on my purchase in 2013, that's what I stand for.
Okay, thank you.
Did that answer your question?
Yes,
Okay.
okay. Any other comments or questions? Carl?
Thank you, Chairman. So as mentioned, if we pass this variance with the recommendations by the after the fact, it sounds like you are good with doing, where you have to do the blueprint, submit to the county, and pay the fees.
Right.
So you're good with that. The additional dwelling units, they're prohibiting from, so you'll have the main home and the accessory dwelling as you do now, and they're basically saying there's no further units that'll be placed on the property, which will be probably in violation of the Sustainable Land Development Code, and you're fine with that.
Yeah,
I was just going to say, Mr. Commissioner, that this began with an ATF permit. She completed that and was directed by staff to this process. So my understanding is the applicant's very willing to pursue the ATF permit.
Okay, and then the OSC and the NMED. The NMED, what they're going to do is they're going to check to see if there's a permit on file for each of the 2 septic tanks that are on there. And if there's
There
not-
are.
Yeah, and if there's not one, they'll either have you get a septic person out there to do an inspection, and then they might issue one based on that, or they may have you put an additional one on there. So that is a possibility.
At the time the applicant purchased the property, the state did require inspections of septic systems before closing. So she does have verification, and she does have in her possession both septic permits approved by the state, and she has 2 pass certifications for each septic system.
So then, with that, Mr. Chairman, a question for staff. With these 2 inspections in place and approved by the NMED, will the county be looking for them? Can they utilize the both existing septic tanks that are there that are approved currently.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the second septic doesn't meet the criteria for an ADU, so the variance would have to be granted for the second utility or second septic, plus the two-story or the height for an ADU.
Okay. And now the second story height, it's because the height is greater than the allowed height, is that correct? Or what is the reason?
I believe in the ordinance on the ADU, it can't be a two-story and it can't be higher than the primary residence. So I believe this is higher than the primary residence and it's a two-story.
No.
Okay, so if we did grant this, we would have to eliminate the NMED permit if now we would be forcing them to hook both residents up to one existing septic system. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, if the variance is granted for the second septic, the second utility,
Okay.
and any permit that comes through our office, whether it's for a new residence or an addition, and they're on a well and septic, they need to provide that information for permit. Therefore, they would have to provide it for the after-the-fact permit if the variances got granted.
So the way the language reads here, applicants shall provide OSC and NMED permits at the time of the after-the-fact permit submitted, that would suffice. And the county's rules to allow this variance to go through, if it was
Chair-
passed by this body.
Chair, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, yes, that's correct.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, I don't have any other questions.
Thank you. Eric?
Sorry, Mr. Chair. Just to be clear, there are two options on the table. The hearing officer recommended approval as an ADU. Staff, the conditions, approval as an ADU. Staff is recommending approval, the variance would be for second dwelling unit. If it's approved as a second dwelling unit, then the two septic systems are allowed. If it's approved as an ADU, then there would have to be an additional variance to allow a separate septic system with the ADU. I think that's the way it works. Is that pretty clear?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, in reality, the staff recommends denial of the density variance.
However, if the conditions are, if the planning commission finds the variance, staff recommends these following conditions, and that was for a second dwelling. Is that right?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, that's correct.
Great. And then one last thing, because I saw some shaking of heads, it's my understanding that the main unit, which the 3,100 square foot unit, is at a higher height off grade than the garage slash loft slash outbuilding.
That's correct. As a matter of clarification, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, the unit, the additional dwelling unit that houses the garage and the guest house is lower in height than the primary residence.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So,
Kirk.
Mr.
Carl.
Chairman, real quick, so this accessory dwell ADU, or this was placed, you bought this property with that on there? Yes. And this was prior to the adoption of the Sustainable Land Development Code, correct? Okay. And unfortunately, there's not a state law, I don't believe, that mandates that the realtor has to go and do the due diligence, and especially they don't even know what's going to be passed in the future. It's impossible to do. It sounds like you did your due diligence, just asking the right questions, and it's hard to foresee what any government body is going to pass in the future, and I think we have to be very careful of not trapping people, because nobody had that foresight that was going to happen, and certainly when you were buying the property, I wouldn't be able to determine that myself. So anyways, just some comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
I
Steve?
One question raised by this conversation, so I'm trying to get this clear too. So you have either a residential development permit or you have an ADU. Now, if we wanted to do the residential development permit, then that would require a variance, correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, yes, for the second dwelling, the density only allows one dwelling per, I believe, 10 acres. And so they would need a variance for the second dwelling.
Okay. What about if this is permitted as a ADU?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the ADU, like I mentioned before, ADUs are allowed in the county, but you have to meet the criteria of the ADU, which is share the utilities, water, septic, same driveway, still have to meet setbacks, and the height. So they mentioned that the primary residence is higher than this ADU, but it's still, the ADU is still considered a two-story. So they have, the ADU has to be a one-story structure.
So the only thing that's keeping this from just being an ADU automatically is because this garage is somewhat higher because it has a peaked roof than the main dwelling, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, no, the garage, the ADU or the accessory dwelling unit is a two-story. And plus it's on its own septic system.
So it's because it's on its own septic system and it's somewhat higher than the main building, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, not somewhat higher than the main building, the ADU is a two-story. So the code reads it can't be a two-story or higher than the main residence.
Now, I'm looking at the diagrams of this building. And I'm trying to see, we don't really have anything that shows the various heights here. When you look at this, it doesn't look like a two-story building. It looks like a single-story building with a pitched roof, possibly taller than most, but doesn't look like a two-story building.
May I?
I'm just trying to figure out what is the easiest thing for this poor woman to get her thing done. I mean, come on.
I agree. And I'm just wondering if the variance is that you just allow the two residential zoning on this property, that's would take care of all those conditions, I believe.
Yeah,
So it's not an ADU at that point, it's a second, it's the density requirement is the variance, two dwellings. I don't know if you call them dwellings or residential properties, what is the right term?
It'd be two residential dwellings.
So does anybody want to make a motion?
I'll
Mr.
make
Chair, I
a
have
motion.
a quick question of clarification, either for the applicant or maybe for staff. It might be listed in here, but about the well, is it a shared well?
There is one well permit on the property, as recorded with the OSC. It's a 3-acre-foot domestic well. It serves both properties. There's no recorded or formal well sharing agreement.
Serving both properties, an adjacent, separate legal
Just,
property?
let me correct myself, both structures, the primary residence and the additional dwelling unit. Because it's one legal lot of record, they've never pursued any kind of shared dwelling agreement or formal recorded well sharing agreement.
And then maybe a question for staff, then as part of the conditions, if the variance is granted, then they need to obtain a shared well agreement from OSE, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, in this case, since both dwellings are on one piece of property, they wouldn't be required to have a shared well agreement. Shared well agreement would come as if they were splitting the property and creating two lots, or it was already a shared well with a neighboring lot.
One under, so.
We did investigate that question, and according to OSC, because it's one legal lot of record in the county, the owner occupies the property, it's owner occupied, and there is no tenant, there is no secondary interest of any kind, that no formal well sharing agreement is required at this time.
Mr. Chair, may I make a motion?
I have a question of staff. Has staff been out to the site?
Mr. Chair, no, staff has not been out to the site.
I'm just kind of curious. I'm noticing it looks like there's a wall around the whole thing. Has anybody checked the drainage? What does the drainage look like out there? I mean, if it's all walled in, I don't think it's an issue. Yeah, and it looks pretty flat.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. Chair, John Lovato, Building Development Services Supervisor. I have been out to the site. I have also reviewed topography of the site, and it's pretty flat. There's minimal slope to it in different locations, but the site is generally flat.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification on accessory dwelling units, so that way you guys are all aware. Accessory dwelling units are supposed to match the principal dwelling. They're supposed to be single-story and not have a second floor. They're supposed to share a driveway. They're supposed to share a septic and a well, all utilities. In this case, it does not meet those criteria because they're separate septic systems, although it does meet probably the access and the well. So then you would be asking for a second variance on that. If you grant it as a density variance, that eliminates the need for a secondary access, the well, the septic, and so on and so forth. So that's the two
Okay,
choices.
does
that
an
are currently-
accessory structure still, can only be allowed to have a kitchen or a bathroom and not both? Is that still,
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, that is correct.
okay, so it can't,
Mr.
it can't have
Chair.
a kitchen and a bathroom?
Mr. Chair, for clarification, you said an accessory structure?
Yes.
An accessory structure only gets to have, now under the SLDC, has a sink and a toilet, but not a shower or a tub.
Okay.
That-
Thank you. Okay, did you want to say something else?
Yes. So what you guys see in this topography of the aerial view, there is a stucco wall. That stucco wall is less than 2 acres that it surrounds. Within that area, it's got some sloping and it's flat for the buildings. Outside the stucco wall, there's a lot of slope. And I've been there for 10 years and never has it flooded. Everything drains down and out because it is on top of a hill.
Okay, thank you for the explanation. Okay, what's,
Mr. Chair,
JJ?
I think we need to go to a public hearing. Any members of the public, online or in
Oh,
person?
yes, sheesh, I was forgetting that. Okay, thank you. I'm gonna, thank you, and we're gonna open it up for the public hearing. Is there anybody out there that wants to speak on behalf or against this project? Please come forward. Jose, anybody online?
Mr. Chair, I see no one online wishing to speak on this case.
Okay. So on that note,
Mr. Chair, I have a question of staff.
okay,
In the area adjoining this property, have you done a sweep on that North Fork area to see how many accessory dwellings there are?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, no, staff has not.
Okay.
anything else?
Well, the comments I have is that we've had cases like this before where the seller represents something to the buyer. The buyer thinks that this is what they can do, and all of a sudden, that's not the case. They come in for a permit 5 or 6 or 7 years later, and they find out that what they originally bought isn't what they really have. So I'm concerned about these types of things. And we've had these many times in the past, and I'm very concerned that the realtors disclose something or they don't disclose, and the buyer thinks that they really got into a good deal or something. I'm very concerned about this situation, and it hurts the buyers. It hurts a lady like this, and that's not fair. So there ought to be some recourse for her to pursue, to get some compensation for her troubles. That's all I have, my comments.
I agree. Okay, where are we at here? Eric?
Close the hearing? Don't want to close the hearing?
Oh, okay, being that there's nobody else out there to speak, I'm gonna close the public hearing. And do we have any more discussion or any motions on this case?
Mr. Chair, may I make a motion?
Eric, yes, please do.
I recommend approval of a variance with staff conditions as outlined in the report, and that would be that the staff shall review the already submitted after-the-fact permit for residential development. My understanding it's been submitted. That additional dwelling units and accessory dwelling units shall be prohibited, that the staff shall provide the existing Office of State Engineer and Environment Department permits, and that the dwelling unit shall not, the second dwelling shall not exceed a footprint of 1,400 square feet. So I approve this.
Okay, Eric, did you say that staff should provide those?
I'm sorry, my understanding is the ATF permit has already been submitted, and if the ATF permit needs to be resubmitted, that should happen. Please.
Dominic Cisneros, Building and Development Team Leader. So the after-the-fact permit came in, and it was denied, and it was not accepted as a submittal because of the reason for the variances. So there will need to be a resubmittal.
Got it. So let me restate my motion. I move for approval for a variance to allow 2 dwelling units on this 6.54 acre parcel with the staff conditions, submittal of an after-the-fact permit, the restriction that no additional dwelling units and accessory units shall be permitted, and that applicant shall provide Office of State Engineer and Environment Department permits along with this ATF submittal, and no expansion shall be limited to a footprint of 1,400 square feet.
So, Mr. Chairman, can I just ask on that motion, staff, is that he attaches these to 2 residential units that will work, the recommendations? Because I thought these are only required if it's an accessory dwelling. I'm fine with them submitting these as well, but I want to make sure that we don't put them in a bind here.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the conditions that were read out and staff's recommending pretty much limits the existing ADU to meet the ADU requirements as far as 1,400 square feet. And then the density would allow the 2-story, would allow the separate septic, the density variance. So yes, it would be considered 2 dwellings, but the second dwelling would be limited to almost meet the criteria of as far as square footage and the height of the ADU.
So the final order will read a variance for the 2 residential properties on the 6.54 acres, not a residential and an ADU.
Mr. Chair, and Commissioner, just to clarify, it wouldn't be 2 residential properties, be 2 residential dwellings, which would exceed the density requirements of that zoning district.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
No?
Okay, we have, the motion carries. Thank you very much. Good luck. Okay, next case. Case number 23-5050, Purnama LLC variance. Dominic.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dominic Cisneros, Building and Development Team Leader with Growth Management Division. Purnama LLC applicant, Carl Summers agent, request a variance of SLDC Section 7.17.4, no build areas to allow a residence to be constructed on a ridgetop, and a variance of Section 7.17.9.2 standards to allow the setback on a ridgetop to be less than 25 feet from the shoulder. The property is within the rural residential zoning district within the New Moon Overlook subdivision and located at 285 New Moon Overlook Road within Section 1 and 36, Township 14 and 15, North, Range 9 East, SDA 2, Commission District 5. The proposed building site is on a ridgetop. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow a 5,726 square foot residence to be constructed on a ridgetop. Section 7.17.9.2 standards restricts constructing a structure on a ridgetop, ridgeline, or shoulder unless there is no other buildable area on the property. There are other areas on the parcel that are developable and would not require the need for a variance request. Per the survey titled Lot Line Adjustment for the owners of the Thornton Ranch that was approved by Santa Fe County, building envelopes were not designated. Developing the lot closer to the road, New Moon Overlook, would be consistent with other residences that were constructed within the subdivision. After staff review and inspection, it has been determined that the applicant can meet the 25-foot setback from the shoulder as illustrated on the plans provided, therefore will not require a second variance. The applicant proposes to construct a 5,726 square foot residence on a ridgetop. The residence will be a maximum of 14 foot in height as illustrated on the elevations, which are included on exhibit number 2. The maximum height limit for the structures on a ridgetop, ridgeline, or shoulder is 14 foot for a flat roof or 18 foot for a pitched roof. The property is located within the New Moon Overlook subdivision. The applicant has addressed the variance criteria, and staff has responded to the applicant's comments. Building and Development Services staff reviewed this request for compliance with the pertinent SLDC requirements and has found that the facts presented do not support the request for variance. The use may impact adjacent land uses. No structures may be constructed on ridgetop, ridgeline, or shoulder unless there is no other buildable area on the property. On August 10th, 2023, the request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Hearing Officer. The hearing officer memorialized findings of fact and conclusion of law in a recommended order on this request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval to allow a residence to be constructed on a ridgetop and a variance of section 7.17.9.2 standards. The recommended order and the minutes of the August 10th, 2023 hearing are attached as exhibits 8 and 9. The recommendation of the hearing officer is for approval for a variance request to allow a 5,726 square foot residence to be constructed on a ridgetop. If the Planning Commission finds that the application has met the variance criteria and recommends approval of the variance, staff recommends the following conditions to be imposed. This report and the exhibit listed below are hereby submitted as a part of the hearing record.
Thank you, Dominic. Does Commission have any questions of staff?
I do, sir.
Steve, please do.
So staff has found that there is another site on this property where they could construct a dwelling?
That is correct. Closer to the road, New Moon Overlook, there is a lower portion where there is a buildable area.
Thank you.
Okay. Commissioners have any other questions of staff? Okay, let's continue. Okay, thank you, Dominic. Wait, hold on. Carl, do you have a question?
Well, maybe it's a question for the applicant. It's fine.
Okay. Carl, please come forward.
Good afternoon, Chairman Gonzalez, members of the commission. My name is Carl Summer, and my mailing address is Post Office Box 2476, Santa Fe, New Mexico 87504. I do. Thank you very much, members of the commission. I'm here on behalf of John and Cynthia Hardy. They have this property in an LLC like many people do. And John and Cynthia bought this property to put their home on it. It is a 55-acre parcel. It is within the New Moon Overlook. And Mr. Ted Harrison was instrumental in bringing this particular, it's a lot line adjustment, I was going to say subdivision, and he'll explain that, and I'll explain a little bit about how we got here. But what this case is about tonight is about one simple question, and that is about whether John and Cynthia should be allowed to build their home on these 55 acres within the required development envelope under the covenants, under the covenants. I hope that after you hear all the evidence and hear the explanation behind how this came about, that you will find, like the hearing officer found, that the answer to that question is, yeah, they should be able to do that. Let me go through, I'm going to go through a little bit of the history of the property, what John and Cynthia did to plan this out. How did we get here? I mean, how do you get here, right? Asking for a variance to something that looks on its face like, well, it's on a ridgetop, right? I'll answer that question. And then I'd like to just go through briefly, I'll turn it over to Ted to tell you about what this is really about in the nature preserve. I'll be as quick as I can. So John and Cynthia came to Santa Fe. Actually, they'd lived here already, and they investigated purchasing this property. They had a lawyer, not me. They had an architect. They put the property under contract. They did their full investigation. And if Matthew, could I have the subdivision plat? It's in KHS documents.
That's supposed to come up here?
I say subdivision plat. There we, it's subdivision plat?
Next to your mic.
Or a lot line adjustment? There's a lot line adjustment plat? Does this come up on your all screen? Okay, great.
And now what do I?
So they looked at this plat, and their lawyer looked at this plat, and on the plat, it shows this lot of 15 acres, and it does not, on the plat, show building envelopes. I don't know why it's not coming up, but that's all right. There it is right there. So I have highlighted a couple of things for you on this plat. One of them is you'll see that this is a lot line adjustment plat that creates these lots. Normally, what you all look at is subdivision plats. They come in and they follow the subdivision rules and that sort of thing. Well, this plat was created in 2005 after years and years and years of work by Mr. Harrison to take the Thornton Ranch, reconfigure all the lots that were on the Thornton Ranch, and that was 10,000 acres? 13,000 acres, and preserve the vast majority of the Galisteo Basin, and he'll talk a little bit about that. But this is a lot line adjustment plat. If it had been a subdivision plat, the county would have said, show the building envelopes. Instead, what happens here is you see the little box that's there that says, this property is subject to covenants. In those covenants, at the time of this approval, where the county signed off on this, in the covenants, there are building envelopes. And if you could go, Matthew, to the, where it says building and equestrian envelope. So the covenants say you can only build on these lots, and it was approved as part of the lot, the plat. You can only build on these lots in two places. One, you can put horse stalls and corrals. I'm sorry, what? It's in the KHS docs, and it was the first one you put up. It says building envelope. It's in the KHS docs. And so the covenants, which you have in your packet, the covenants say you must build in these development envelopes. That was part of the plat. And there's two kinds of envelopes. One is for the stalls. If you want to have horses, they have to be in this location. And the other is for a home, and it has to be in that location. And it can be nowhere else on the property. On lot 15, there is an envelope for the stalls, the horse stalls and corrals up front. And if you could, can I zoom in on this at all? So right there on the plat that is lot 15. That is the envelope right there that is for the equestrian, and that is the building envelope. So the building envelope and the equestrian are separated. Yes, sir.
Excuse me, Carl, the smaller box on 15 is the stalls?
That's where the stalls can
Thank you.
go, and then the other one is where a house can go.
Thank you.
And these
Carl,
were, yes.
I couldn't read that signature of the land use administrator on that plat. Who was it?
Let me look real quick. Kolkmeyer? Jack Kolkmeyer.
Okay, thank you.
And so normally, this would have shown up on the plat if it was a subdivision plat. Instead, it's in the covenants, and the covenants are incorporated on the plat instead of normally what would normally happen in subdivision. So Cynthia and John buy the property and they say, okay, we can live with these restrictions. If we have an equestrian, it has to go up front. If we have the other one, it has to go over there. This is a 55-acre site. The building envelope in which they could build their house is about 3.25 acres. They are building a 5,700 square foot home in that area. This is not a sprawling house. It's a single story, sits in the very front of that building envelope, and the rest of it down below is undisturbed in this building envelope. Their proposal is modest. So they buy the property, they do the investigation, they hire a builder, they hire an architect, they design the house, they design everything, they go in to pull a permit, staff comes out in the review of the permit, and staff looks at the site and says, well, you might be able to get a 10% bump because the code administrator is allowed to give you 10% within her discretion in the height. They went back, staff asked about that, and the code administrator, Penny Ellis Green, said, this is on a ridgetop. That's the first time they heard that, John and Cynthia. This is on a ridgetop. So technically, she's correct. But this ridgetop is not like, normally you have a mountain that goes and then it comes down and goes the other way. This is, on one side, there's 30% grade, and then 500 feet away, there's 30% grade, and it's flat in between. It's like a mesa. It is a mesa, but it fits the technical definition of a ridgetop. I'm not here arguing with staff saying it's a ridgetop. It is a ridgetop. The problem is that the only allowed building site is in this location on this mesa. I'll call it a mesa because that's what it is. It's 500 feet from one side to the other in one place and 400 feet in one side to the other in another place. And it may be hard to imagine, but that is a good distance away, 500 feet. This house is going to sit in the middle, and it's a single story. Normally, what you think of in ridgetop development, you see these houses that loom down. They can be seen from anywhere. As you will hear, this house cannot be seen from anywhere. It was sited in this location with very, very sensitive attention to its impact on this environment. And I'll tell you who set that up is Mr. Harrison, whose mission it was to preserve this property to sensitive development, to create one of the greatest assets we have in the county, which is the Galisteo Basin Preserve. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question. So, who developed the building envelopes? Was that you?
Yes.
When you were putting those building envelopes together, did you consult with the county, or did you look at the SLDC to determine?
It happened in 2005. The SLDC was 2016. So these building envelopes were approved in 2005. 10 years later, the county enacts a ridgetop ordinance. Before that, it did not have a ridgetop ordinance.
But who approved the building envelopes?
The building envelopes meet county standards at the time that they were approved.
Okay, thank you.
And so, I'm sorry I didn't say that. These were approved in 2005. The code is passed in 2015. John and Cynthia bought a year and a half ago. So they were, I'm sorry I didn't say that.
Excuse me.
Yes, sir.
You said the owners bought this land when?
About a year and a half ago.
A year and a half ago.
Yes. Well, it might be 2 years ago because they went through a development process.
2 years ago.
Yeah.
But they bought this property well after the SDLC was in place.
Correct.
Thank you.
And so they went in for permits, designed this house, and were told you're on a ridgetop. That's why we're here. This is under the plat and the covenants, the only allowable building site. It happens to be on a ridgetop that was declared 10 years after the subdivision, the lot line adjustment was approved. That's why we're here. There's no other place that is allowed to be built on this property except in that building envelope. And I have with me tonight Mr. Mike Krupnick. He is an architect that has helped help John and Cynthia make sure that their house complies with every other aspect of the code, height, location, all of those things. Yes, ma'am?
Yeah, I have another question. So the reason that this is the only buildable lot is based on the topography. You have 30% slopes on either side, and you have a flat space in between. Is that correct?
If I may, the lot has at the front where the equestrian envelope is, that's flat, and it doesn't have the ridgetop issues. The problem is you can't put a house there under the covenants. The plat refers to the covenants and says this is how this will be developed.
So let me see if I've got this right. I'm looking at this image up here, okay? And I see lot 15, very nice lot and all of that. And now I'm looking at lot number 11, and I'm looking at 10, I'm looking at 9, and I'm looking at 8, and from this view, they all look to be on top of a ridge line.
I'm sorry,
And that's where
all of those lots do?
Yeah, because this, quote, building envelope that you're talking about are basically all on these ridge lines. So now, are you telling us that because this developer has decided that the only place we're gonna allow you to build is up on a ridge line, whether there's an SDLC rule about this or not, that, next year we're gonna get number 11 in here and saying, oh, same thing, we got a building envelope, this is the only place where we can put it. And then the year after that, 10 comes in and says the same thing. So we end up, after some amount of time, with all these buildings on top of the ridge lines overlooking the park.
Okay, you guys, I think at this point, we need to let him finish his presentation first, or else we're going to be here forever.
I don't mind answering the question. Some of those lots that you've referred to have already been built in that location, in the locations shown on the subdivision. And it wasn't this developer decided, hey, I don't care what the SLDC says, here's where you're going to build, and that's it. The SLDC wasn't in existence, and there was no ridgetop requirement, and now everybody in this subdivision is locked into locations they can't change. So to answer your question directly, and I think you will appreciate this, the answer to your question is yes, perhaps somebody might come in and ask the same thing, but you'll hear the answer as to why that might be the case. And not the lots that you called out are not ridgetop lots under the code. There's only 2 here, and one's already been built on. But you can ask Mr. Harrison about the location of those. So I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Harrison to tell you what the whole reasoning behind this building site and this development has been, and why the building envelopes are there and how they got put there. So I'll turn it over to Mr. Harrison. And Matthew, if you could go to the PowerPoint presentation, that would be great.
I do. Ted Harrison, 314 South Guadalupe Street, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Chairman Gonzalez, members of the commission, my name is Ted Harrison, and I am the founder and president of Commonweal Conservancy, which is the organization that created the Galisteo Basin Preserve. I'm not familiar with how this is going to click or not click. He's going to do it for me? Okay, great. I just want to walk you through kind of the history of our efforts to preserve. Initially, it was planned to be a 13,000-acre open space. As we move through our acquisitions, we've ended up, in these past 20 years, protecting over 10,000 acres. But the Newman Overlook was the second of 4 subdivision, or rather boundary line approvals, boundary line plats that we had approved by the county ranging from 2003 through 2012. So this was our second venture in creating a neighborhood within this larger 13,000-acre property. Our purpose as a nonprofit organization was to see the vast majority of this property protected. And the way we were going to accomplish that was to go through what we thought was a very thoughtful and sophisticated analysis as to how the property was configured and how it could absorb a limited amount of development in order to then fund our acquisition and protection of the remaining acreage. The Newman Overlook was really the first neighborhood that we went forward with planning, and we did it through countless hours on the ground, hiking around with story poles on our shoulder, walking, almost every acre of this 800 acres that constitutes the Newman Overlook. So this is an illustration Carl shared as well, and this is the area of Lot 15. We went through the process of identifying building envelopes with the goal of minimizing their visual impact on both the adjoining properties with the benefit of trees and topography, and also the ridge lines that intervened between the public thoroughfares. On the far, what I see as the right-hand side of this map is the bow of US 285. So that's coming across the very right-hand edge of this map. And then as you're moving west, and then up and above the ridge line, we were deliberate about how we would site each of the envelopes so that, again, they would have minimal impact both to one another and to the public thoroughfares and to the hiking trails that we had anticipated creating. So here's just the topographic version of that map. Again, now Lot 15 highlighted here. You can see sort of very clearly how the building site, and so this is what we had gone through to identify where the home sites would be located, and we didn't call out the equestrian sites. We called out the home sites in this analysis. We went through a process. Here's an ortho map that, again, gives you the illustration of Lot 15, and this is perhaps more important to you, and was important to us, is using GIS at a time when GIS was really not a standard tool for development planning. When we looked around at how development was occurring around us, whether it was in the Galveston Basin area or other areas of the county, what we were seeing was ridgeline development that was just perched right on the edge or shoulder of a property without any regard to its impact on skylining, which is really a term that means whether you would see the ridge line as the top elevation viewed from, in this case, US 285, or whether you would see a rooftop. And our goal was to make sure that where development occurred was going to have the most minimal impact in terms of where the rooftop would disrupt your experience of the skyline, of the natural ridgeline. This was a process, and some of you were on the Planning Commission in the time that we presented this, when we presented a village plan called Trenza, starting in 2008, I believe it was, 2007. And this illustration of how we'd done our planning in this earlier neighborhood was part of our presentation in the village plan, which had anticipated a very intense project in the basin area. I guess I use this pointer. I'm not sure how to make the pointer do. Now it's going to make it go forward. Anyway, you're seeing the large basin area. That was where we had originally planned 965 homes and 150,000 square feet of mixed-use commercial and public use. That plan, is no longer anything that we intend to be pursuing. And in fact, the vast majority of the property now is overlaid with conservation easements, ensuring its permanent protection. The Newman Overlook, and we'll go one step further here now, this is a viewshed analysis. It's a little bit complicated, but it's a viewshed analysis that is highlighting what is visible from US 285 and the other surrounding roadways of the ridge lines and the area of the Newman Overlook. So the areas of red are highly visible. Yellow is minimally visible, and you've got a peach color, which is sort of still minimally visible from Highway 41, State Highway 41, but not visible at all from US 285. When you traveled US 285 going north from Klein's Corners to El Dorado, the ridgelines are peppered with homes that have been built between 2003 and today. Now, presumably, some of those homes had a difficult time to identify a building envelope less than the exact edge of the ridgeline. It's unfortunate. I mean, when I go out to the preserve, 20 years in this process of protecting this land, it is a source of great disappointment that what I see from the entry of the Galisteo Basin Preserve to the north and to the east is a series of homes that have really compromised the ridgeline and viewshed of this spectacular basin. When you look to the west, by all of the efforts that we've made, that is not the case. Those homes have been set back very deliberately to ensure that whatever impact they have is minimal. Why were we setting, through the covenants, a building envelope on this particular area of Lot 15? In some ways, it was economic. You know, we were trying to generate funds from the sale of these lots that would be attractive to the market, that we could generate funds to pay back the loans that we had acquired to purchase the land and do some of this initial infrastructure. It was a means to an end. If we had had philanthropic resources or public resources to buy up this land and make sure that it was entirely protected, we would have done that. But the county, who is a great partner to our work, and did acquire some areas of the Galisteo Basin Preserve, we consider it, their investment was critical, as well as the investment of these private landowners. In 2005 and into 2007, we sold these lots and moved forward with the planning and land acquisition of the remainder of the preserve. It is absolutely true that without the proceeds of the sale of these lots, the Galisteo Basin Preserve would not exist. I'm not sure what the best analogy is, but there's something of a slinky effect that we were playing out, where we would move the slinky down one step and down, 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 and with each step forward, with each sale of a property, we could move the larger project forward. We thought we were bringing forward, a cutting edge, the most responsible way to bring forward development in an area that had sensitivity, but with a means to an end. The means were the funding, the means were with the goal of minimizing any public value impact, and with the goal of generating funds that would allow us to ensure the larger protection. Today, 20 years later, we have protected 10,000 acres of this property, which is critically significant for cultural resources, habitat, and we've developed 44 miles of trails that are open to the public. This is a beloved public resource, and we are extremely proud of what we've been able to do through all of the different collaborations and partnerships. And the private property owners, the folks that made an investment and trusted us, that when we were doing our platting work, a boundary line plat that did not at that time require building envelopes, they trusted us that we had done a thoughtful analysis of where development should and could occur, and relied on us to be able to make their home within these areas. We feel like we've been very responsible, and that the public values of the preserve that have been funded by the purchase and sale of these lots is more than outweighing the possible negative cost or precedence that might be judged as to whether this particular envelope and this particular lot deserves a variance. As Carl mentioned, there are other lots within the neighborhood that have been developed that sit on landforms that have similar complications, as Commissioner Krentz, if I'm saying your name right and I can see it correctly, had called out. You're right, there is an issue that will come before the commission in future applications. And I regret that, but as was mentioned in the earlier item on your agenda, no one, and Commonweal Conservancy, could not look out 10 years into the future and anticipate that what we had done to protect the view sheds and protect the ridgelines would suddenly be now legislation that would work against the folks that have bought these properties. Commonweal has no stake in this issue, no financial stake in this issue at all. I'm really here to advocate for the process we went through and for really everyone's good intention and good faith that what we had done was something that the county had supported and continued to support. And it's unfortunate that we're in this point of conflict, but I'm hopeful that the commission will find enough merit both to our process and to our history and to the ultimate benefit of this land's protection that this variance will be something that you can support. With that, I stand for questions if you have them for me. Otherwise, I'll turn it back over to Carl.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Does the commission have any questions of the applicant?
Mr. Chair.
JJ.
I've got a couple of questions for Mr. Harrison. You talked about this buildable area, and how large is that buildable area? How many square feet, approximately?
It's 3.25 acres, so times 42,560. So
How many acres?
That's about 3.25.
So that's over, like 150,000 square feet of land surface.
That is the allowable envelope. That's right. So,
Okay. And how large a house could you build on that and not have to ask for a variance? It seems that the 5,000 square foot house encroaches on the 25-foot area. So how large a house could you build without having to ask for a variance?
It's not the size of the house that requires a variance. It's, you can't, under the current code, Commissioner, build anything here. Nothing. Not a shed, nothing. You can't put anything there. It's not the size of the house that creates a variance request.
Well, the buildable site is 150,000 square feet approximately.
Right.
So can't you figure out where to build a house, a 5,000, 6,000 square foot house in the buildable area?
It wouldn't, nowhere in that 3.25 acres could you put a house. Anywhere.
Anywhere. That I did not understand.
Yeah.
Now, the other question I have, under the current code, they're not allowed to build a house in that area, but this is a approved lot. And the thing is, how hard is it to maybe modify the covenants to allow a house? Or you can't build a house anywhere in that area?
We would have to have 100% of everybody in the subdivision sign off to a change in the covenants to do something different than the covenants require.
Okay, so I can understand it a little better. Are you saying that on that area, you cannot build a house without variances? Is that correct?
That is correct.
But I don't understand that. I mean, if there's buildable, if you can build something, with a variance, why can't you build it without a variance? And the staff says that there are buildable areas that do not require variances. That's what I'm confused about.
And so let me, may I answer the question? So the reason that it's not buildable, so this 55 acres up front, Commissioner Gonzalez, has a flat area. And you could build under the county code there. You could build there. Problem is this lot line adjustment was approved subject to covenants, and the covenants don't allow you to build there, build your house there. They require that you build in this envelope. And that's why we can't do anything without a variance, because, yeah, we could go to the front of the lot and put a house down there and be sued by whatever number of people are there because we can't build in that location. Or we could come ask for a variance to allow us to build where we can build under the covenants, where those building envelopes that are referenced on the plat are. So that's why we have the problem.
Well, that explains it.
I apologize, I wasn't clear.
Thank you.
Thank you, JJ. Does the commission have any other questions? Eric?
Thanks, Chairman. Carl, so I just want to explore. So if the county rep indicated there are other buildable sites on this, but I wonder if you can talk about the risks within those covenants to the property owners if they were to say, there's no variance allowed, we will build in violation of these covenants that we have with these neighbors. What are the risks to them? Is that a
Yeah,
district
we'd be
court
su-
risk?
Yeah, we'd be sued and stopped because under New Mexico law, covenants are specifically enforceable. One person could say, no, you bought the property, it has covenants, and we're not going to let you build there, and the courts would enforce that. Those are specifically enforceable by a district court. That's the fundamental problem.
Understood. I'm familiar with covenants and,
Yeah.
and those restrictions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Eric. Wendy?
Has there been any attempt to redo the building envelopes? And I know they're in the covenants, but it seems like if people are going to be coming to us frequently because their building envelope is on one of these ridge tops, it seems to me you would want to start redoing some of the building envelopes so they're not having to come to us to ask for variances.
I'll just give you my answer, and then Mr. Harrison can answer. I believe, are all the lots sold, or how many lots? So all of the lots are sold, and you have everybody on their own separate situation. So coming in, it's not like a developer who can come in and say, well, we're going to move these building envelopes around, you approve that. So it's like the covenants thing, getting 100% of people signed off on it.
And how many lots are there that have been sold? 20, and everyone has their own well and septic?
Chairman, Commissioner, no, it's a community water system that supports the 20 lots. It's a community water system. Yeah, it's 4 different wells.
I wanted to just add a couple of things in closing, if I may.
Okay.
I wanted to first say, Ted didn't sell the lot to my clients. It was sold by somebody else, and that somebody else put a building on a pole right in the building envelope that we're here about, and said, "Here is your building site." And then, so they investigated that. It wasn't. So Ted isn't here going, "Hey, these people are going to sue me." You know, that's not it at all. Ted has no dog in this fight. I just think that his testimony, for your purposes, as it was for the hearing officer purposes, to understand what this is about, was important. I'm not going to go through the criteria because it's in your code, and I could, rattle those things off. But you've looked at the packet, and I think that you understand why we're here. And I'll go back to what I told you at the beginning, that this case is about whether John and Cynthia should be allowed to build in the building envelope that they thought they could, and now find out that's the only place they could. And we submit to you under your criteria, the answer to that is yes, and we would stand for any questions you might have.
Okay, I have a question. Carl, do you know the difference in elevation between the top building area and the entry of the driveway?
I don't, but I do have a drawing I could look at and get the answer for you, because I have a topographical map, and I believe that they are comparable in height. The building envelope might be a little lower than the driveway.
Okay. The reason I was asking about it is because I do have concerns about the length of the driveway to get up there, how much more it's going to disturb, and also the grade of the driveway. Do we know what the grade of the driveway is going to be?
There is a driveway in, and it's fairly flat. It has it doesn't even get close to any 10%. It's flat, and it moves along.
It looks like there's like a Jeep trail on there or something already? Yeah, from the aerials I saw that.
Roughly, yeah. Actually, it's basically a driveway. It's 14 feet. It's 14 feet.
The difference in elevation? I mean,
14
the
feet
driveway.
different in elevation? Yeah, from one end to the other.
14 feet?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, may I ask a question of staff?
Yes. Thank you, Carl.
Two things, Jose, can you log him in? And I would like to ask of the attorney, the connection between the approved plat and the covenants is different than it would be done now. The building envelopes that are approved would be on that approved plat. Is that Is that a correct assumption?
Can you state that one more time? I don't think I
So
understood you correctly.
my understanding is if this were to happen today and the plat were to be submitted, there would be approved building envelopes on that plat that was submitted.
That's my understanding, and, you know, of
Thank-
course, it would
thank-
have to comply with the SLDC, which has been passed now. Yeah.
Right. And so is the connection that exists on the plat for this parcel with the covenants and the covenants definition of the building envelopes, are those supported to be equivalent to a currently approved plat with the building envelopes on the plat? You see what I'm saying? They're making the connection. I would like you to tell us, do you see that as a valid connection?
The one place I would, you know, draw a difference or distinction there is that, the covenants are privately enforced. So it's not the county's job to go through and make sure that those are being followed by the applicants. So I don't know if I would necessarily draw a direct line like that.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, so Santa Fe County does not govern private covenants. If this was to be done today, those developable areas would have to be established and shown on a subdivision plat.
If I may add something, Chairman, in answer to your question, Commissioner, today, as we all know, Santa Fe Summit was developed up in the county, and it has building envelopes on it because it was a subdivision, and it was before the SLDC was adopted. It has building envelopes because that was a requirement when they got approved. Those building envelopes are grandfathered in today. If you come in for a permit at Santa Fe Summit wanting to build in that building envelope, they grandfather that in irrespective of the SLDC. You have to comply with everything else. And I know that for a fact because I've applied for, on behalf of clients, 2 or 3 permits up there within those building envelopes, and I know that they're grandfathered in. In this particular instance, the one gap that's away from this is that in 2005, they didn't require you show a building envelope on a lot line adjustment plat. If you were to come in today and do this lot line adjustment plat, they'd say, where are your building envelopes? So the reference to the covenants incorporates that, but it's not on the plat, and I can't stand up here and say, they're grandfathered in. That would be a bridge too far.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Steve?
I have a question for our council also. Are illegal covenants essentially enforceable?
I don't believe so, no.
So in this situation, we have the SDLC, which is a law. And now we have these covenants, which are basically saying, we're trying to force you not to follow the law. So I'm trying to understand how these covenants are somehow overriding the county laws.
I wouldn't say that they're overriding the law. It's a separate requirement that is enforced by private property owners versus the law which comes subsequent to it. So I wouldn't phrase it like that. The covenants cannot require you to grant a variance, obviously. They're just using that as an argument to say that they should be granted a variance.
Right, but essentially, the applicant's argument is that this is the only spot that we can build because this is what the covenant says. But at the same time, the county is saying, no, you can't build here because this is what the law says.
I guess what gets me nervous about that is that plat is signed by the land use administrator, and he's referencing it with a note.
Yeah, that says, yeah, the plat is, exactly. But still in all, when push comes to shove here, we were just asking, you were saying, the applicant was saying, well, if we try to change these covenants, we're going to get sued.
Well, if we try to build in violation of these covenants and incorporation, we will get sued.
Exactly, and that's what I'm basically asking. How can you be sued if the enforcement of the covenant essentially goes against the county law?
That was the question I was going to answer. You had said, how can these covenants trump the law?
Right.
The answer is that the law trumps these covenants, and that's why we're here. And the law also allows you to allow for variances in circumstances like this. So if we go to court and we got up and said to the judge, hey, judge, the law doesn't let us build here, and the covenants make us.
Right.
The court would say, you're between a rock and a hard place, Mr. Summer. And that's why we have a variance provision. It isn't one trumps the other. You must comply with both. And the hardship for us is we can't.
Mr. Chair and Steve, I think the issue is the neighbors might say, well, your option is to not build. If the county does not let you build in this 3¼ acre parcel that was designated according to the agreement that us 20 neighbors have, your option is to not build or to live in a barn.
I would agree with what you're saying for this single case. But as we've seen on the map that you've shown us, there's half a dozen building sites that are essentially going to be in this problem.
We've identified 3 potential others that were there. And I say potential because, if I may, if you do you all see that drawing there?
Yeah.
To the left is a similar situation. That's one. And then to the right, there's one other situation. And then those are the only ones we could identify. The third that I'm talking about is close to a shoulder. And that's a requirement. You can't build within 25 feet of the shoulder. So those are the ones we were able to identify as having this same issue. And I don't want to minimize them, and I understand the fear of the floodgates, but it isn't anything that we can do about it. The last thing I wanted to say about was the hardship to us is really what the variance request is about. It's not like, people come in and in the previous case, if she had built that accessory dwelling unit without a permit in violation of the law, you all would have said, well, you created this problem. And instead you didn't. This is not self-inflicted, just like hers was not self-inflicted. She did her due diligence and she was where she was. I'm pointing out to you that our hardship is not self-inflicted either. If you have any other questions, I'd be glad to answer.
Mr. Chair?
Rhea?
It's not necessarily a question, but just a comment, and I'm looking at Exhibit 4, which is the lot line adjustment plat, page 10 of the exhibit. And if you look at the notes, Santa Fe County approval notes and conditions, it states, the approval of this plat does not constitute the approval of any further development, including building permits. So, just a point to keep in mind that, land can be subdivided without necessarily lots that would be amenable for residential development.
If I may, that plat note was placed on county plats, and Commissioner Gonzalez, you'll remember this. What was happening was the county was showing easements on plats. People were recording their plats and going out and blading the roads. And so they came up with a note that said, just because we've shown an easement on this plat, you can't go build this road. You've got to do the engineer. That's what that's about. It does not mean we created a lot that you cannot build on, perhaps. That's not the purpose of that particular, or the origin of that particular note. Some of you will remember this was the case with who was the movie star up by Atalaya? I can't remember. Shirley MacLaine. This is the Shirley MacLaine note, because her roads were built without a permit. The next day they started putting this note on the plat.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Steve?
A question of the applicant here. Oftentimes in the past, when requests for variance, especially about heights and views and ridgetops, have been requested of the commission here, the applicant has been able to supply us essentially a computer-generated view of what this would look like from various viewpoints, like, for example, 285 or 41 or whatever. Could you do that?
This is a computer-generated view that says,
That's a topological view. I'm talking about a horizontal view. In other words, a rendering.
yeah, no, I understand. You're asking, could we do it? I mean, it could be done. We'd have to build a computer model of all of that, and then build a computer model of our house. I do have in our packet the elevations of the proposed house, so that you would know that this is 14 feet across that distance. I submit to you that it wouldn't be visible from 285, period, at all. And from 41, which is, how many miles would you estimate? It's about 3 miles away. The house is 14 feet at 3 miles away. It would be minimally visible if you could see it.
Well, what about within the reserve?
This house is located in the center of that mesa. And so if you moved across the preserve and look across, you would see this 14-foot house.
Okay. So I'm trying to understand just how far off of the requirement this project is. In other words, you said, well, we were going through all of this, and then suddenly it came up and said, oh, by the way, this is on a ridgetop. Can you explain for me why this is now considered a ridgetop development?
The reason, the code defines a ridgetop as this. A property on one side where 30% grades are, and then it goes lower than 30% grade but still continues to rise, and then it drops off to another 30% grade. So you have a crest between two slopes. And when we all think of ridgetops, we all have different visions. When I look across, up at Atalaya, I see ridgetops, and if I look along Hyde Park Road, I see ridgetops. If I drive out here, that whole spine is a ridgetop. So a ridgetop is got this broad definition. This is not the typical 30% slope rising to a crest, dropping off to another 30% slope, and sticking up. This is 30% slope. It comes up, flattens off, goes 500 feet, drops off. That is a mesa, but it's still a ridgetop under the code. It meets the definition. So it's the 30% slopes on two sides of the property that create the definition of a ridgetop. And if I misstated that, then I believe that's how it works, and we're caught on this mesa.
Okay. Steve, you done?
Yes, thank you.
Carl?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Carl, just from my understanding and staff as well, I mean, if you take 30% grade and 30% grade and you have some middle distance, I mean, you can define anything at that point. I mean, between Santa Fe and the valley down there, you could define that as 30%. What in the SLDC code, how does it define the differences or the distance between these 30% slopes?
Like, when does it quit becoming a ridge? Yeah.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, you're absolutely correct. It could happen anywhere. But when you have a ridgetop that measures more than 500 feet and is not visual from a public view and meets all the other standards, then the architectural appearance standards do not apply. So in other words, if this was set back where the road was, where they're explaining that the covenants do not allow development, we could probably potentially allow them to build up to 24 feet. Whereas now they're on a ridgetop because it's closer to that and it's less than 500 feet from crest to crest or from edge to edge, right? Now you're looking at ridgetop requirements, and you have to abide by setback, height requirements there, on so on and so forth.
So you're saying it's under the code, it's 500 feet is
Correct.
what defines that?
Shoulder to shoulder, correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Carl. Anybody else? Eric?
And just to hone in on that definition, so something that is greater than 500 feet shoulder to shoulder, you have to stay 200 feet off of each shoulder, is that correct?
Right, so you'd have a 100-foot slice that you could
If it is a
build.
500-foot mesa, then there would be 100-foot in the middle of that would not be considered a ridgetop. I'm trying to
In this case-
reconcile the definition of a ridgetop.
In this case, no matter how you define a ridgetop, 500 to 500, if they define it as a ridgetop, you can't build there if you have another site. So
Yeah,
if I have,
I'm reading in the SLDC, it is 17922 says buildable areas on a ridgetop, ridgeline, or shoulder shall be set back 25 feet from the shoulder. So
if they're allowed, that's only if you can build there. So you can build in a ridgetop if you don't have any other place on the lot.
Got it. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so, let's see, where are we at now?
One quick question,
Oh,
Mr.
yeah?
Chair. For the applicant, how will the drainage ways be affected that are adjacent to the property from the building site?
Absolutely not at all, because a couple of things. One, we're set back from the drainages, and the SLDC terrain management requires that we retain all of the excess runoff they have to be exactly the same. So what comes off of this mesa right now, must be exactly the same, both in terms of quantity and rate. And so we're not, the applicant has designed drainage ponds, engineered drainage ponds that does exactly that. So we are not adversely affecting drainages or creating new drainages, that kind of thing. The code's pretty specific about that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rhea. Okay, let's see, I'm gonna open the public hearing.
Yeah.
Is there anybody out there who wants to speak on behalf or against this project? Please come forward. Anybody online there, Jose?
Mr. Chair, I see no one online wanting to speak on this item.
Thank you. Okay, it's been,
You already closed the hearing?
we're just closing it.
Can I ask another question?
Sure, go ahead.
So, Carl, I'm looking at the topo here, and those are each line is 1 degree in elevation. And, unfortunately, it doesn't show the whole building envelope across here, but I can see from one side to the other here, if I go diagonal, it's a long ways. It's several hundred feet, but in the other direction is where it seems to be more narrower, maybe 200 or 300 feet.
We took the most conservative point of view because the code administrator will take the most conservative view, like what's the shortest distance, not what's the longest distance. So we could go into the county and say, hey, look, this is a ridgetop 1,000 feet away over here, 1,000 feet away. We're in the middle. Their answer would be, that's not the way you do it. You do it in the shortest distance. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Am I right, John?
Thank you. All right, I am closing the public hearing.
Discussion? Discussion?
Yeah, do we have any motions or discussion?
Mr. Chairman, all these situations are always difficult, but one of the things that bothers me about this, I've already spoken about this conflict between these two rulings, but one of the things that bothers me is that the applicant said that the person that bought this land 2 years ago. Now, clearly, the SDLC was in place 2 years ago. And so they must have been aware that this was going to be a problem. Because, if I were to walk out on this land at this building site, I think one of the first things that I would say is, boy, this is really, really a wonderful view. I wonder if it's on a ridgetop. And I'm also very concerned about setting a precedent here where we essentially allow a covenant to overrule a county ruling. I mean, imagine this now, you know, some developer watches this case and says, oh, well, you know, I've got this land, and I'm going to set this up now where the only buildable sites by covenant are on ridgetops. And then they go around selling the land. And we'd be in the same situation we are now. Because, quote, there's only one developable site. By the county standards, there's more than one developable site. But by a covenant, you're overriding that and saying, well, there isn't. So this is a bad situation, and I think that if something needs to give, I would rather see that the covenant gives, rather than both the visual impact and, more importantly, the potential legal precedent impact of ruling in favor of this. Thank you.
And it-
Thank you. Wendy?
Yeah, and it seems the covenants aren't enforceable. What would happen is somebody would have to want to sue because they saw that there was a property that didn't, meet the covenant requirements, but it's not an enforceable document unless someone sues you, and then you go to court, and then we go through like you said, the judge would say you're in a rock and a hard place.
Mr. Chair, I want to just poke at Steve's hypothetical. I'm a developer, and I own some other high-terrain property. If I'm going to create a subdivision, first of all, everything will comply with the existing standards, and if it is subject to ridgeline ordinances, I will work to define those so that they are compliant with that code. I think that this is not a green light for some developer to say, whoopee, the gates are wide open and we can create subdivisions however we want as long as we record these covenants. That's just not a credible argument. I think this really hinges on the fact that the plat was approved with the conditions that happen to be enforceable by individuals. And so the county, when Jack Kolkmeyer signed that, and it had that clause saying the covenants are a part of this document, the county said, yeah, we approve these layouts for the buildings. Subsequent creation of the ridgeline ordinance makes it, although it is not a grandfathered issue, it is similar to that in that the variance request will allow us to say, when this was created, this was okay. We changed the rules. Now for this to be okay, you have to go through the variance process. So I think that's my thinking on this, and I just wanted to lay that out. Because I just don't think the hypothetical is really right there, because I think the key issue was in the approval of the plat with the conditions of the covenants kind of wrapped in. Although they're not enforceable by the county, they were approved by the county. And that's just my thinking. I'm not a lawyer, and I hope never to be
And these
one.
days, when the city and the county are reviewing subdivisions, they require a slope analysis map, and they overlay everything on a slope analysis map. So it's easy to look at things and consider things in advance these days.
But given that there is now the SLDC, and there's other properties, other people who want to build on these lots, I would think that they'd want to take a second look at these building envelopes, mostly to assist the new owners in not having to go through this process.
They don't have the ability individually to change anything. So if I wanted to change the building envelope, I'd have to go out and get 20 people to sign off. And the two people who's building right next to this, having the house there next to them, are not going to sign off on, where where the stables are, they're not gonna have, they don't want the house there, and they're not gonna sign off. I just wanted to dispel, Commissioner, my clients did not know. You said they walked in and they must have known. I'm telling you, they did not know. They wouldn't have bought this property, or they would have asked for the variance in advance, and we'd be here asking this question now. So this is not a, we'll buy it, go develop, and then go ask for forgiveness. This has been a complete and utter disaster for them. They've been wanting to move here to spend the rest of their lives. They're in their 70s and 80s, and this is now a 2-year process. So it is not a, this is not, I'm not here to hoodwink you.
Is there a homeowners association? Is that the group that covenants came out of this HOA?
Yes, there's that's right. There's what's called an operating agreement that has the covenants in it, has very strict requirements about how you get approved, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
Is this development to allow guest houses?
I think the covenants don't prohibit a guest house, and they allow for, the code allows for ADUs. You know, whatever, but you have to meet the requirements. We're here asking for a variance, and you could say, we'll grant your variance condition on you don't come in for an ADU, because that would be a reasonable condition. It would be minimal, easing without allowing somebody to come in and say, hey, now we got a guest house. We'll go in and ask for a variance for that. You could condition, if you were inclined, you could say, we'll approve that with a condition that you will not be allowed to have an ADU on this property.
Thank you, Carl. Okay, commissioners, any discussion, comments?
Mr. Chair,
AJ.
you know, Mr. Harrison and Mr. Summers made some very compelling arguments about, a ridge top. And the thing is, what sticks in my mind is that this was not a self-inflicted condition that they arrived at. This was something that the definition of ridge top, is something that the land use administrator rightfully, determined. But the thing is that, like Mr. Summers says, it is a mesa top, and there's a 3.5-acre buildable site. And I think they can probably build this one-story house on that buildable site. So I would like to make a motion on this and motion for approval of this variance with conditions.
Okay, we have a motion for approval on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second on the table. All in favor, say aye.
Yeah, what are the conditions?
With the conditions, right? Right, with the conditions.
With conditions,
Okay,
yes.
I think on this one, we probably need I think,
At the bottom of page 6, are those? So the recommendations of the hearing officer included the following conditions. May I read them, JJ?
Yes.
As part of your
Correct.
motion? Sure. The maximum height of the residence cannot exceed 14 foot from any point on the upper surface of the structure to the natural grade or finished cut grade on any building elevation, whichever is lower directly below that point. These are in the report. And construction fencing to be installed on site prior to any development to indicate the 25-foot setback from the shoulder. So those are the conditions that the hearing officer put in on page 6 of the memo.
are you still okay with the second on those conditions?
I'm good.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table and a second. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, so motion carries. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. The next item is C case 23-5130, dominium variance. Okay, that is Manuel. You want to take a break? Yeah. We're going to take a 10-minute break, okay?
Okay.
Thank you.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
Let's get started with the Dominium variance. Mr. Olivas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dominium applicant Caitlin Tweet, agent, requests a variance of Chapter 8.10.3.13 to allow more than 25% of the building footprint to exceed 36 feet and to exceed the 36 feet max height to 38 feet from finished grade. The applicant also requests a variance of Chapter 10.21.2 to allow more than 12 units per building. The site is located at 4608 State Highway 14 within the planned district Santa Fe Community College District, within the Employment Center Subdistrict, within Township 16 North, Range 8 East, Section 24, Commission District 5. The applicant is proposing a 312-unit affordable multifamily apartment complex consisting of 120 two-bedroom units, 132 three-bedroom units, and 64 bedroom units, to be known as Turquoise Trails Apartments. The proposed apartments will consist of 13 three-story walk-up style buildings with a proposed maximum height of 38 feet from finished grade. The applicant is requesting a variance to allow more than 25% of the building footprints to be taller than 36 feet and to exceed the 36 feet overall max height to 38 feet from finished grade. The applicant is also requesting a variance to allow more than 12 units per building. The current plan has 24 rental units in each apartment building. The applicant states our proposed community will house the workforce community that is needed to drive and stimulate economic growth and development within the county. The most cost-effective and maximization of number of homes is via three-story walk-up buildings. The variances are necessary to make the project a reality. The applicant also states the SLDC shall assure that a diversity of housing choices is available to residents within a wide range of economic levels and age groups. The applicant has addressed the variance criteria per section 4.9.7.4 for both height and units per building, and staff has responded to the applicant's comments. Building and Development Services staff has reviewed this request for compliance with pertinent SLDC requirements and has found that the requested variances are necessary to accomplish the purposes and intent of the SLDC and the SGMP to create diverse housing for the community. The applicant addressed the variance criteria which supported the granting of the variances for the proposed multifamily development within the county. On August 10th, 2023, this request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Hearing Officer. The hearing officer memorialized findings of fact and conclusions of law in a recommended order on this request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval of a variance of Chapter 8.10.3.13 to allow the project to exceed a height of 30 feet to a maximum of 38 feet, and a variance of Chapter 10.21.2 that restricts multifamily buildings to 12 units per residential building to allow up to 24 units per building with the conditions recommended by staff. The hearing officer and staff recommends approval of a variance of Chapter 8.10.3.13 to allow more than 25% of the building footprint to exceed 36 feet and to exceed the 36 feet max height to 38 feet from finished grade, and a variance of Chapter 10.21.2 to allow more than 12 units per building. Staff recommends the following condition be imposed. Except for variances granted, the application for the multifamily apartments shall meet the requirements set forth in Ordinance 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code. This report and the exhibits listed below are hereby submitted as part of hearing record. Mr. Chair, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Manuel. Does the commission have any questions of staff?
Is this adjacent to the other affordable housing unit that we discussed?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, this is, it's east of TT2 apartment complex, Cresta Ranch Apartments.
I have a comment. This property looks familiar to me, and it's probably familiar to JJ. I think this is the station that the truck stop that we turned down, correct? Yeah. Stevenson too. That's right. Okay, any other questions?
Mr. Chair,
JJ.
I've got a question for staff. One of the variances, you mentioned that there has been a precedent set already in the area because of the brewing company and the film studios. But those were developed, many, many years ago, before they had these restrictions. And then you mentioned about the development TT2 that was approved, with variances about, a couple of months ago. And I was wondering, this is a whole different piece of property, and how can you say that those precedents apply to this property? Every property is very unique, and I have a concern that you mentioned that this precedent has been set so that everything that comes before this committee already has a precedent and they can build whatever height they want, up to 38 feet. That's a concern I have. I think the staff interpreted what we did in the past very broadly and didn't consider this was a unique piece of property. So that's my concern about this, granting this variance.
Thank you, JJ. Any other questions or comments of staff? Okay, is the applicant here? Please come forward.
Mr. Chair, if I may just clarify Chair Gonzalez's comments, I believe that statement was done by the applicant and not by staff.
I thought it was staff agreed with the statement that the applicant made.
Caitlin Tweet at 9000 East Pima Center Parkway in Scottsdale, Arizona. Thank you, staff, for helping us get to this point in hearing Officer Hebert for her recommended approval. I'll be sharing a presentation for you all today, but maybe before I get into that, I can address the comment from the commissioner just now. I think he's absolutely right in that the height shouldn't be granted just because others have gotten it. I think that's just an important point because it shows that this proposed community will conform to the area, so it won't just stand out like a sore thumb. Instead, these variances should be granted because of the undue hardship from cost construction increases that we'll get into, unrelated to other developments. So thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners, for allowing us to share our proposed community this evening. This is for the proposed Turquoise Trail Apartments. This is our proposed affordable multifamily community, and we'll be presenting on 2 variance requests that will be needed in order to develop this type of housing. So first, just to get an idea of the location of the site, this is south of I-25 and north of State Road 14. It's in the Rancho Viejo area. It is the 17.6 acres that is highlighted green on the screen. It is currently zoned employment center within the community college district, and what that does allow by right is a multifamily use, and it has no maximum density today. The site is also designated by the county as a Sustainable Development Area 1, which conveys that it's a priority growth area to help encourage development. So I think that's in part why you see things like the no maximum density here. Here is our preliminary site plan, just to help paint a picture of the community that we're talking about when we're thinking of these 2 variances. So again, this is multifamily rental apartment homes. These will be for family workforce homes. And these will be affordable under the low-income housing tax credit program. At the end of the presentation, I'll have an enlarged site plan so we can kind of take a better look at what that looks like and if there's any further questions. So the 2 variance requests today for this proposal, again, as Ryan had mentioned, is to allow more than 25% of the buildings to exceed 36 feet in height and to exceed the 36-foot max height to 38 feet from finished grade. The second variance is to allow more than 12 units per building, and again, we are proposing 24 units per building. So I'll jump a little bit into each of these variance requests to shed a little bit more light on kind of what we're facing here for this community. And of course, the first one we've got is our building height up to 38 feet. And the large part of this request is this 38 feet in height has been an industry standard since the mid-1990s for this 3-story walk-up kind of garden-style apartment building. And so what that allows is adequate ceiling height, truss spaces to help create enough sense of spaciousness for residents. Meanwhile, this additional 2 feet in height over the already allowed max height will barely be visible from anybody walking or driving by from the outside. What this additional height also allows us to do is put our mechanical equipment on the roofs, and this will help to screen that. And of course, we prefer to put the equipment on the roofs so that there's a bit more open space and it's a bit more sightly for the community. And then, as I just mentioned earlier, this shouldn't be the reason to grant it. However, it will conform with other buildings in the area and will not be a standalone figure at this height. If we are not granted this variance, as well as our second one we'll be talking about in a minute, we really won't be able to build up to these 3 stories. And what that does to us is has an increase in our construction costs on a per unit basis. And for this community in particular, that looks like a 25% increase in construction costs. So that's going from $240,000 per unit if both variances are approved to $300,000 per unit if either one or neither of them are approved. So it's this substantial cost increase that would be that undue hardship to the owner. Our second variance is to allow more than the 12 units per building, and again, we're proposing 24 units per building. This is another kind of industry standard for this 3-story garden-style apartment building. You'll typically see 24 to 36 units per building. And that just was largely in part due to the cost efficiencies, of course, from having more units in a building. So this is going to be a similar situation as the other one, where if we're restricted to this 12 units, you run into those increased costs on a per unit basis because you have things such as the roofing and the foundations, stairwells, utility lines that are now being spread over a lesser number of units in a building. And so again, that cost increase of 25% or $60,000 per unit, that is for the 2 variances paired together, and again, is that undue hardship to the owner. Now, something we have tried to do to offset this variance, you can see in this rendering on the screen, just to try and break up the mass of the building as much as we could. You'll see a couple different variations in the color, where there's also some shifts in the facade. You have bump outs and inlets, and then we also have the stacks of the balconies and the patios to help break up that visual mass of the buildings. And this is the last slide. This is that enlarged site plan I had mentioned earlier. I think probably the last thing to know before we get into any questions is you can see in this sort of north or the southwest corner, there's a blue line. What we will be building as a part of this development is an extension to an existing trail that's here. And ultimately, this trail will connect to the rail runner for better access to that public transportation. So at this time, I stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question. The vacant properties fronting this development, what's the width of those?
I'll see if I have those.
access drive.
I don't believe we have that information just because it's not a part of this proposal. As I understand it, that will remain commercial.
Okay, that's not that important. Okay, I have another question. How high are your parapets from the actual outside of the roof? What's the height of your parapet?
Yes, there's varying parapet heights, and they range, I believe, from 36 to 38 feet in height. So those, of course, those higher parapets are going to screen that mechanical equipment.
So the actual parapets themselves, what's the height?
30, in some spots, it's 36 feet. In others, it's 38.
The parapet itself, that should be in inches or feet, 2 or 3 feet?
I
18
see.
inches?
It'll be about 2 feet.
2 feet for the parapets? Okay. Okay, does anybody have any questions of the applicant? Eric?
Yes, Ms. Tweet, I think you mentioned this, but that parcel is currently one lot. And so what will happen is, if this is approved, then the vacant, not apart things that are shown on screen will be split off, and those will be developed as commercial development subsequently? I just want to understand the process here.
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. That's exactly right. We have submitted the minor subdivision to the county. We have had a TAC meeting on it, and I believe we will be posting signs soon, but yes, we're going through the process of that right now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. JJ?
Mr. Chair, thank you. I've got a couple of questions. This area is between I-25 and State Road 14. What makes this a suitable place for your affordable housing units? 312 units. Why is that the ideal place for this development?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Dominium, we like a lot of visibility, so we actually prefer to be closer to these higher traffic roadways. Just drives more business naturally. But I think the bigger picture is it is very difficult to come across sites that are already zoned for multifamily use. And especially being affordable housing, we often experience a lot of NIMBYism, so pushback from neighbors. And so whenever you can find land that already allows multifamily use by right, that makes the development a lot more feasible.
The other question I have, what amenities are there going to be on this little project?
Yes, we will have a standalone clubhouse that'll be 1 story in height. So we have on-site management staff. There is a fitness center, a community kind of kitchen, cafe area. There is a pool here. There's outdoor playgrounds for children. And then there's also some play space and open space throughout the property.
And how affordable is this going to be for the clientele that lives in Santa Fe, the workforce people? What is the rent on these places? Are they going to be fixed rents for a certain term?
So we will be capped by the Department of Housing, and I'll get these rents in front of us here in a second. But we enter into 1-year leases with residents, so that is what we will be held to. However, the Department of Housing releases the updated rents annually, and so we are able to implement different new rents at that time when those are released. However, we only do that when leases end for residents, not midterm. And I'm just pulling up those rent levels.
The other question I had is, what impact will this have in that area? I know there's traffic issues have been mentioned with traffic, a lot of congestion there. There's been several hundred, maybe 1,500 or 2,000 units already been approved for that area. And this is right close to, the intersection of I-25 and 14. And what kind of traffic study did you complete on this?
Yep, so thank you, Commissioner. To answer your previous question about our rent levels, So these units will be restricted to households that earn at or below 60% of the area median income. And so in terms of kind of a nominal rent level, that's anywhere between $950 to about $1,200, depending on the unit size.
And how did you determine that there was going to be 312 units? You know, the other development that got approved was 240 units. And all of a sudden, you come here with a plan on a similar sized piece of property that's 312 units, and you mentioned that you needed 312 units to make it feasible, to make it, to make it affordable to build. And that's the thing. I just don't understand that. It seems that this development is 100 units bigger than the other development we approved. Did you look at the other development and determine you wanted to be a bigger player in this apartment?
Commissioner, thank you. No, that was not our takeaway, and I can't speak to, exactly what they're doing or how they're doing it. So I can only speak on behalf of our development. What I can tell you is there is no maximum density on this site. And so as we were site planning, naturally, of course, we want to put as many units as we can to make it as economically feasible as we can. As well as this being affordable, that adds a difficult layer of making these feasible to be able to build. Because as we were just mentioning, we have these restricted rents we're able to charge. So if we have these higher costs on a per unit basis, our land cost is staying the same. We can't just charge more rents to make up that rent or that construction cost difference. Also, to your point on the traffic, a traffic impact analysis will be required as a part of the site plan submittal. We have already one underway, and you can see our main access is off of Rancho Viejo Boulevard, and we'll have our secondary access across from Dinosaur Trail. This is into the New Mexico Department of Transportation for approval, and we have had a call with them already, and they don't see any issues with these two access points.
Yeah, I added up that there's something like 800 rooms, 800 bedrooms in this development. And how many people would that accommodate? Like 1,500 people or so? That's a huge number of people for this small area. That's what I'm concerned about.
Sure. Yes, thank you. So that will be addressed through the zoning with the no density max. We will have to submit the traffic impact analysis, and we will also have to submit, as a part of the site plan submittal, an adequate public facilities assessment. So I think that'll address those types of questions you might be thinking through.
The other question I have is, where are you going to do the sewage and where are you going to get the water from?
Yes, so this community does already have a ready, willing, and able letter from Santa Fe County for both water and wastewater.
And what is that amount of acre feet? Any idea?
Go ahead. I don't have that figure in front of me, but we can circle back to see if we can provide that.
The reason I ask that is because Santa Fe County has a very limited amount of extra water rights to give out to developers. The city of Santa Fe has, 20-some thousand acre feet of water rights available. Santa Fe County has at the most 2,600 acre feet of water rights, and a lot of those are already committed to developments. And that's the thing is that, are you going to purchase water rights or are you going to get water rights from the county?
So, Commissioner, this will be county water and sewer, so there is no purchase of water rights. And when they did do our acre feet calculation, they did take into account our unit mix. So wherever they did land, it was for this proposed community in front of you today.
And the other question I have is, was this area ever approved for some sort of other development that you know of?
Commissioner, I'm not aware of it being approved for another use. As Mr. Chair mentioned earlier, I believe a gas station had been proposed previously but was ultimately rejected.
Well, it was partially rejected. Some of it was approved. And I was wondering why the owner of the property did not go through with their approved portion of that development. I just wondered. And all of a sudden, here it comes with another development. You know, so how many times do you have to approve a development on that location? That bothers me a little bit. But thank you.
Thank you,
Commissioner,
JJ.
thank you.
Jose, I have a question. Are we going to have a LLC on this project, letter of credit?
Mr. Chair, yes, so the process would be the ready, willing, and able letter. They'd submit all the studies, reports, and assessments with a site development plan. The actual site development plan would be done administratively. And then prior to construction, they'd come in for a construction permit to go vertical and the infrastructure. And yes, we would have a letter of credit for all the improvements.
Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Steve?
Getting back to the sewer here, you've said that that this is going to be county water and sewer.
Commissioner, that is correct.
So I'm a little unclear, and maybe this is a question for staff. Last time we talked about development on this property, they were going to be pumping the sewage over to the pen because there was not any kind of sewer conveyance in that area. Has something changed since then?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, yes, so there is some infrastructure, I believe, going in and some that has come in with Calibri across the highway, all those units there, and that will go to the Quill, to the Santa Fe County facility.
So this is not going to be a situation of pumping the sewage somewhere.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, again, I haven't seen the plans for this. I don't know if maybe they have to have a lift station where they're at, but it will be going to a county facility.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Any other questions? Eric?
Hi. I just wonder if you could tell me a little bit about the when we looked at the lot that's a couple lots over, you know, the 19-acre parcel as opposed to this 26-acre parcel. If I remember correctly, that lot was kind of down below the interstate. You know, it was somewhat, its visual impact was somewhat less because of the topography. Does this parcel, I can't visualize it right now because there's nothing there. Does this parcel have that same kind of a little bit lower than the interstate topography?
Yes, Commissioner, thank you. Yes, these, I believe the first floor units in those sort of back buildings closest to I-25, they're about halfway, let's call it, below I-25. And I think another point to this that helps offset them even more is we do have a 224-foot setback from I-25 to the closest building.
Thanks.
Thank you, Eric. Carl?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. I was going to ask well, first of all, I was going to ask staff that the other HUD project that got approved just down the road, what was the density variance on that? Do you remember, do you recall?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, the variances were identical, the 12 units, and actually that's hopefully in some kind of code change in the future because it just doesn't make sense. But the variance on height was identical to this. And just to clarify, the TT2 project is an adjoining lot to the east of this property, I guess to the east of this property.
Okay. And one question for the applicant. I remember listening to this HUD funding. I mean, obviously this is a federal government funding, but after some time period, the developer owns the property, or what does it allow?
Sure, Commissioner, thank you. So how the LIHTC, that's the short for the Low Income Housing Tax Credit Program, works is the developer will own this effectively right away. However, we do have to hold it for a minimum, or hold it or own it for a minimum of 10 to 15 years. However, the project needs to remain affordable at their rent levels for a total of 30 years in the state of New Mexico.
So, Mr. Chairman, is that's a state law, or that's the federal requirement under this program, the 30 years?
The federal program requires that minimum 15-year kind of initial compliance period, and then each state from there typically has what they call an extended use period, and most states do an additional 15 years on top of the federal, and New Mexico does it that way.
So if this variance is approved, that affordable housing would have to be available at whatever rate increase for 30 years. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Carl. Any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. I'm going to open up to the public. Anybody out there that wants to talk on behalf or against this project, please come forward. Jose, anybody online?
Mr. Chair, I see no one online to speak on this item.
Okay. With that being said, I don't see anybody coming forward. I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'm waiting for a motion or discussion. Carl?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion. I make a motion that case 23-5130, that we pass the variance that's requested with, let's see, their staff recommendations.
Okay, we have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second. Oh, geez.
Okay. All right, we have a motion on the table and a second. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed? Okay, motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay. Next case. Case number 23-5030. David Pittis, conditional use permit. Dominic, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dominic Cisneros, Building Development Team Leader with the Growth Management Division. David Pittis, applicant, requests approval of a CUP to allow a 50-foot by 70-foot outdoor area to be utilized for the purpose of production of cannabis on a 6.24 acre parcel. The property is zoned rural residential within the San Marcos Community District overlay. Ordinance 2021-03, section 9.14 states outdoor cannabis production is a conditional use within the rural residential zoning district. The site is located at 31B Red Raven Road, Commission District 5, SDA 2. The applicant is requesting approval of a conditional use permit to allow a cannabis producer microbusiness to cultivate cannabis plants outdoors. The 6.24 acre site is zoned rural residential within the San Marcos Overlay Community District. Section 10.22.3.4 of the SLDC states that a cannabis producer or cannabis produce microbusiness that cultivates cannabis plants outdoors is a conditional use within a rural residential zoning district. The applicant has obtained a New Mexico cannabis producer microbusiness license, which would allow for a cannabis producer at a single licensed premises to process no more than 200 total mature cannabis plants at any one time. The grow site will be located on the east side of the property, to the right of the existing 2,560 square foot residence and 714 square foot garage. Access to the site is provided via a 30-foot access and utility easement that runs through an adjacent 6.24 acre property to the east, which is also owned by the applicant. Surrounding properties consistent of single-family uses. Roads leading up to the site are Crazy Rabbit Road and Red Raven Road, both of which are dirt and privately maintained. The proximity to New Mexico 14 is approximately 3 miles. The applicant intends to have one part-time employee drying of the cannabis will occur in the existing garage. The applicant currently has a contract from the Entranosa Water Association to haul in water to use in the cultivating of the plants. Water will be hauled in twice a month for a 5-month period out of the year. The applicant has addressed the CUP criteria and staff has responded to the applicant's comments. The applicant addressed and staff reviewed the following applicable design standards: access, fire, protection, fences and walls, lighting, signs, parking and loading, road design standards, water supply and water conservation, terrain management, solid waste, and air quality and noise. Building and Development Services staff has reviewed the project for the compliance with the pertinent SLDC requirements and ordinance number 2021-03 and has found that the facts presented supported the request for the conditional use permit to allow a 3,500 square foot area for the purpose of producing cannabis. The use is compatible with the current development within the affected zoning districts. The use will not impact adjacent land uses. And the applicant's application satisfies the submittal requirements set forth in the SLDC, inclusive of the conditional use criteria set forth in Chapter 4, Section 4.9.6.5. The review comments from the State Historic Preservation Office and county staff have established findings that the application to allow a 3,500 square foot area to cultivate cannabis plants outdoors is in compliance with the state requirements, ordinance number 2021-03, and pertinent design standards set forth in the SLDC. On May 11th, 2023, this request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Hearing Officer. The hearing officer memorialized findings of fact and conclusive of law in a recommendation order that on this request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval of the request to allow a 50-foot by 70-foot area for the purpose of producing cannabis outdoors and utilize a garage for the purpose of drying cannabis after harvest with the condition recommended by staff. The recommended order and minutes of the May 11, 2023 hearing are attached as Exhibits 6 and 7. On May 11, 2023, hearing officers 12 individuals testified, 3 were in favor, 1 had no position, and 8 were in opposition regarding to the request for an outdoor production of cannabis at this site. The concerns expressed from the opposition were specifically of odor, damage to the private road due to hauling of water, criminal activity affecting the safety of existing properties in the neighborhood, and the presence of commercial activity in this area. The testimony of these individuals are stated in the minutes recorded on May 11, 2023 with the Santa Fe County Clerk's Office, Exhibit 7. The recommendation of the hearing officer and staff is for approval of the conditional use permit to allow a 50-foot by 70-foot area for the purpose of producing cannabis outdoor to utilize a garage for the proposing of drying cannabis after harvest, subject to the following conditions. This report and the exhibits below are hereby submitted as a part of the hearing record. I now stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Does the commission have any questions of staff? Okay, let's see. No questions yet? Okay, let the applicant come forward, please.
I do. David Pittis, 31B Red Raven Road, Santa Fe, New Mexico. Hi, and thanks for letting me get this far. I'm just going to go with all the recommendations of your staff and your hearing officer, who have taken a long time to go through all these things, and I believe they've come to the correct decision about it. I'm open to answer any questions about it. I know that the 4 areas of concern that people have are the road, the odor, the security, and the idea of a commercial application in this area. I'll go with the commercial application first. There are commercial businesses in the area. And the Hauser Studio has just really accelerated recently. We have signs all the way out on 14. They have tour buses. They have open houses at least once a month where there's many, many people show up there. Some of the neighbors have B&Bs. So there are some commercial uses of the area already. I feel that this is a very small operation, more like a gentleman's garden kind of thing, and that for all intents and purposes, people won't know that it's there. I mean, we're talking about 2 deliveries of water a month. You know, it's fenced, it's going to be screened, and I don't believe people, you know, I don't have very many close neighbors. Only one neighbor has really objected, and they seem to be focused on the odor of it. Now, to that area right now, we're allowed to have plants, 12 plants, you know, for 2 adults in a household. So I have my 12 plants, and I go out every single day, and I check on them, and I walk a little distance, maybe 30, 40 yards away, and I walk up to the grow, upwind of the grow of these 12 plants, and I try to see how far it is until I can smell them. And normally you don't barely smell them at all, but now, you know, I did this just today here in September. It was the time of year where you would have some odor, you know, for this 1 month period. And usually I'm 30 to 50 feet away and sometimes closer than that. So the idea that neighbors are going to have some kind of strong odors that are 1,000 feet away from me seems pretty implausible. Now, the next thing is about security. Now, I have these 12 plants there, and they're, you know, medium size, this high kind of plants, similar to what might be expected in the grow. And, you know, they're there right now. They haven't been harvested. There's no fence. There's no lighting. There's no security period at all. Somebody could walk up the hill and go there and steal them, but nobody has. Nobody is really concerned about it. I think this security issue is kind of a red herring. You know, people, I mean, they made it legal now. The price of cannabis has dropped dramatically. And so the idea that some teenage kids are going to scale a fence, be photographed, to steal a couple buds, it just, I guess anything is possible when you have teenagers involved, but it doesn't seem like a reason to say that this isn't acceptable. Now, when we get to the water, you know, one of the reasons I did these 12 plants very similar in the way I will be watering, though I think in the end I'll have a more efficient watering system with an irrigated system, to give me an idea how much water the plants actually use. So I have a real idea, you know, that they use this much water, and then I can extrapolate, and I believe that my estimate of the water used is pretty accurate after going through it this year. Now,
Which is what?
Which is what?
Which is how much water?
I estimate it's about 500 gallons per plant per season. So it could go up, you know, that's not always consistent, because in July and August with the heat, especially this year, they use a little more water or even a bit more water, whereas in June, in May, the plants are small. They don't use much water. And by now, the plants have really cut back on their water use because they're not really in a growth stage. And of course, the weather has cooled down, and that's helped a lot. So I stand by those numbers. They could go up a slight amount. Now, you know, say it's 5 months. Well, it probably is less than that, actually. You know, we're almost at harvest by the end of this month. So, and the plants that I have out there now, they went out in mid-July. I mean, they were small plants, but they went out in mid-July. So, it's possible that the water use could be a little less than that, and you know, the roof runoff. I have a pretty extensive system for collecting the rain. The rain from the roof is way better than the rain from the well or the water that I would have hauled in, because it doesn't have so much, calcium and magnesium things in it to make it harder. And so it's a better product to irrigate with or to water with. And even though we haven't had a lot of water this year, and even though I don't have that many plants at the moment, still used about half of the water requirements this year were on the roof runoff. Now, the state is kind of cagey about this because I guess there's some laws about using it for that purpose. So, I guess I've stated that the water from the roof will be used for, for landscaping. That's the water thing. Now, the road is really the issue that people have pushed the most. I know you have another grower in my neighborhood who has, I guess he's next Tuesday, a very long process also, and he's hauling his own water from the prison in his own truck and trailer and tank. Now, I know that you have tabled his hearing at least once, so he has the time to organize the community in a kind of agreement. What are we going to do about the road? So I have actually fixed Crazy Rabbit Road several times in the past. I've lived there for 13 years. And several times in the past, I've rented a backhoe because I had another property there that I had to, the road would wash out, and I would rent a backhoe, and I'd rent it for the whole weekend, an extra few hours, and I would go out on Crazy Rabbit Road, and I would fix the holes and the ditches and try to improve it in a general way. And, I never had a permit. No one ever complained. Everyone was always high five, but most people didn't even realize that I had done so, because only the person driving down the road at that 4-hour period. So I have a history of repairing the road. Now, we had a guy, Bill Green, who had run a group of people to organize to try to improve the road over and above what I ever did, bring in a blade, have it bladed and improved. And we raised about, and I contributed, of course, and we raised, I think, about $2,700, enough to blade the road and improve it for a period of time. And that was the last time anybody really worked on the road. I sold the other property that I had that I needed the backhoe for, so I haven't been renting the backhoe and having that extra time. And the road is very, very packed and has a lot of rock, which is embedded into the road, so it's a very, very solid surface. When I had the water tanks brought in, I brought in the truck from Entranosa Water to fill the tanks up. And I asked the guy about the road, and he said he does many worse roads, that the road was solid and that it wasn't steep, which was his, very heavy truck having to go up a grade. So now we have organized a new group, and we've been doing it for months, but we haven't quite gotten the permit. The permit is all ready to go to get this time. We're getting a road permit because we're going to try to do a much more extensive job on the road. And we're not only doing the first half of the road that I use, but the entire road. The entire road that goes way back into the development of Crazy Rabbit Court, Crazy Rabbit Circle. I don't know what the Crazy Rabbit thing was years ago. They named all these things. But most of the houses that are actually on the road are in that back area. It's a lower income area with much smaller lots versus the area that I'm in and the people around me who have quite a lot more money than the people in the back. But in the past, we never went back there. We never tried to improve the road back there because, frankly, those people weren't contributing any money toward it. However, I always thought that was a bit unfair, and so now I've consulted directly with those people. One of the owners of the property has a disabled child, has been trying to be able to get people to fix the road so their disabled child can have their friends. Well, he's an adult, I guess, but still disabled, who can't visit because the road is so bumpy and rocky that it's impossible for these disabled friends of him to visit. And I've assured her that this time we are going to do the whole road. So I know that the report from the hearing officer talks about improving the road, and we are moving forward with that. We've already raised about $5,000, and we haven't even gotten to the main core of people. You know, this is money from the wealthy landowners literally around me who are friends of mine who want the road improved. I have a new car, a Tesla. I've already spent $1,000 on tires, and one of them blew out on La Bajada in the construction zone, broke, the tire came apart, ripped through the air system on the suspension. The bill was $8,000. So I know people, think, well, this the only reason I want to be involved in improving the road is because of this operation. We are improving the road regardless of any of that. As I say, the truck itself to bring in the water really does not really care about the road. I mean, people who haul water are often in these kind of places which are in the back on dirt roads or whatever. They can't afford wells. Wells now, I looked into a well. It was not for this operation, but for an adjacent lot. It's like $70,000. It's crazy. So, and I want to get to that point about the state. Now, the state created, it legalized cannabis and its production and has a lot of control over that production. And when they were there, they were all like, we want to do something for these small growers. We want to have some small growers, not just these huge corporations that are coming in from other states with giant 40, acres of greenhouses. And we want to have the small growers too. We want to give them an opportunity to be able to make something off of this or do this for whatever purpose they might want. And well, a small grower isn't somebody who's going to be able to spend the hundreds of thousands of dollars that it would cost to be able to buy a facility. They're going to want to use the facility that they have, which is what I have. I have this 6.5 acre lot, or 6.25. I have another lot right adjacent to it, which I just purchased. And so I want to use the facility that I have. I'm an old guy. I was a school teacher. I put in my hours into the community, and I don't want to have to drive to Torrance County to, over there, to where it is very easy, to go through this county permit process. I've had this license for over a year now. I'm on my first renewal of the license, and I have not been able to do anything yet. So that's basically it, that I feel that I have always done and will continue to have the road to be usable for the cars that come. Now, I really personally think that when people talk about the road, that they are exaggerating the impact that this water truck would have. Now, the very first thing that erodes the road is water. The rains, the heavy rains, it washes the silt out, it leaves the rocks. It's why it's all rocky right now. And the second, though, is the cars, the trucks that drive at a high rate of speed. And I guess sometimes I might be guilty of this, but nonetheless, when you drive at a high rate of speed, it really kicks up a lot more material than a truck, which the guy told me he does 5 miles an hour on my road. It's about half a mile long there. So it takes them some time. Now, the other thing is, when it gets wet or snow happens particularly in December and January, when it thaws and freezes, it turns it into a muddy mess. And when people drive on it, they have to drive on it. They have to get to work. They have to get their kids to school. So this screws up the road, and we end up with holes. But this has nothing to do with this operation, which takes place only in the summer and is somewhat limited in its scope and size. And so when people talk about, this isn't a 10-acre farm, which is even small by farm standards. This is a very small lot, maybe twice the size of this room. I have been a gardener all my life. I started as a very young person doing community gardens in New Jersey, and I was the gardener, a volunteer gardener, for years at the Children's Museum here. And so I've been involved in gardening for a long, long time. I guess you could consider me a master gardener. And to me, it's like sort of a fun retirement thing to do, maybe make a little money, but I really am not into it for the money. I'm into it because it's something I enjoy doing, and I breed seeds, and it's just something that I want to do. Whether it's a viable commercial business, the price of cannabis has gone down to under $500 a pound. So it's, but that's not why I'm really doing it. Maybe I'll break even after a few years. I enjoy doing it. I really don't need a lot of people to help me. I know this, since I'm so skilled at gardening, I know how to do it with a very small amount of input. So, my girlfriend is the person who can help me, and there are people who would be involved when we set up, digging or moving materials. Obviously, I'm too old for that, and at harvest when we talk about drying the product. But for most of the time, nobody would know that it was there. Of course, there's a big yellow sign now, and everybody, it's in the paper. I have to send letters to everybody that is near me. So everybody around me knows about it. And yet nobody has tried to send their, delinquent teenage kid to go rob me or anything. The reality is the cannabis isn't that valuable. And compared to someone's jewelry or the idea that you would break into their home, and that is so much more horrible, and it has happened in our neighborhood. And this has nothing to do, there's no connection between this operation and the criminal activity of kids. So as I started out, I feel that you should follow the recommendations of your staff, which is overwhelmed and understaffed. And they've looked at this thing for over a year now, and the hearing officers looked at this thing, and they've stated that this should be approved. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Does the commission have any questions of the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Steve?
So basically, I'm your neighbor. I live about a quarter mile away from Crazy Rabbit Road.
Oh, you are?
Yeah. And that is probably one of the worst roads in the county, especially when you consider that it's servicing, a couple dozen families at least.
30, I think.
Yeah, 30 families, and yet this isn't a county road. This is a private road.
Yes.
And nothing's been done to it. I've been going up and down that road now for the last 3 years. I haven't seen anybody do anything to it.
We haven't
So I'm
done.
really happy to hear that somebody is talking about doing something about that road again. And it's not just because people are driving fast, it's because it's never really been graded as a real honest-to-God road. And certainly nobody has gone through there and improved it with gravel and things like that for the whole length. Now, I looked at your site, and you're like way at the very, very, very end of Crazy Rabbit. There's the other ones that run off.
Well, I'm on Red Raven.
Yeah, you're
about halfway down Crazy Rabbit.
Yeah, you're a ways away. So yeah, I'm very happy to hear that somebody is organizing to do something to that road because it really needs it very badly. So using your numbers here, you're talking about 200 plants, I think.
Well,
Is that
I'm
what you
actually,
said?
they've raised that to 200, but I am planning on growing 100 plants.
Okay, well, let's just use 200. And you were saying, well, it takes about 500 gallons a plant for a season. So that's 100,000 gallons.
50,000 gallons.
Well, if you do 100 plants, then it's 50,000. But it's at 200 plants, 500 gallons a season, that's 100,000. And so those water trucks are about 5,000 gallons apiece. So we're talking about 20 loads over a season. Would you think?
Well, I think it's about 10 loads because I'm doing 100 plants, because the size of the space isn't really capable of, the plant thing is a little, you have to understand that really it's not the number of plants, but the mass, the amount of biomass that you have. Like 100 large plants might be like 1,000 small plants. So, and the amount of water is dependent on the amount of biomass. A large plant is using more water than a much smaller plant. And in fact, when people do indoor gardens, they have tens of thousands of plants that may use, a few gallons, maybe not for the season of their plants. But as far as, I had applied for the permit, and when we talked, we always talked about 100 plants. Now, to squeeze 200 plants in there would mean that they would be that much smaller than the 100 plants. Which,
well, I don't, we can go back and forth on this, but numbers that I look at for marijuana plants, they talk about 3 or 4 square foot per plant. You're obviously doing a lot less than that, because your property at 3 square foot per plant could hold as many as 875 or
well,
1,100 plants. But you're not doing that. You
No.
say that, now you're saying 100. Somebody, either staff or somebody, said 200. The state permit is 200, okay.
yes,
So, but you're doing half of that. The amount of water that you're talking about using seems to be very typical. Every place that I read about this, because this has come up several times now, all seem to say, yeah, it's about 5.5 gallons per plant per day. And that would work out to be the 500 gallons that you're talking about.
yes.
So all of those are kind of consistent. But, so somewhere what we're talking about here, I guess it boils down to this, is that you're looking at, say, 10 truckloads of water, 5,000 gallon water trucks per season,
Yes.
spread
That's my
over 3
estimate.
months. And you're going to be working to improve the road.
I am. We're already doing that regardless.
You're already doing that. Well, that's
Yes,
good.
we have a permit ready to go. I have an appointment with the county land use on the 28th of this month for getting that permit.
Because the water usage, of course, is always a question for everybody growing anything. And the road is specifically an issue because of what Crazy Rabbit Road is.
Yes.
But, so yeah, I would just like to point that out. That's the numbers I think we're talking about, is probably about 10 loads, maybe a little more, maybe a little less, but per growing season on
That-
a road that you're going to help the neighborhood improve.
Well, for all of our use,
Yes, of course.
I feel like that's a reasonable number. Okay, so when I originally applied for my first permit first license from the state, at that time, it was 100 plants. And since then, the state has increased that micro license size. So that is why I'm still sticking to my size. The plant, I don't use 3 square feet. In fact, the containers I use are 100 gallons. They're 4 feet across. So they're pretty large. This makes a much better product because the plant doesn't get root bound. Originally, I thought I'd be in the ground, but I've used these new containers, which are very wide and not very deep, and they seem to work very well, and that gives a wider area. So when it does rain, that area really gets more water into that soil there. We also will landscape the ground so that the water that falls in the garden area will be directed to the base of these container plants. So and then on top of that, the water we might collect, to try to keep the cost down is 10 cents a gallon. Per plant. But there's so many expenses. the irrigation system, the security system, the fencing. There's a lot of expenses.
Thank you.
Thank you, Steve.
Chairman.
Anybody else have any questions? Applicant, Carl?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Pittis. Did I say that
Yes,
correct?
thank you.
So on the well itself, I see here in one of your statements, you say that you even have to haul water in for, looks like maybe domestic use. Is the well that you have on the property not a good well, or?
Well, the well is on another property. It's a shared well with 3 homes. It used to be an excellent well, but then recently, when we sold one of the homes, they had it tested at 0.8 gallons a minute. So we're really on the edge of being able to supply just for our domestic use. And, we've all really, buttoned down, put in high-quality dishwashers, take short showers, try to keep it down as much as we can. I have the well, I had it put in on this other property that I sold like 30-some odd years ago. It's, I think, $4,000 for the price. And at the time, it produced what appeared to be an enormous sum of water, but then so many other places, when I moved there was barely any homes. Now they've all stuck their straw in the ground, and it's really dropped dramatically. So yes, we did have a time when we thought that we were having really serious water problems, which is why I brought in that truck and filled those tanks. It ended up being a couple of things, a couple of leaky toilets, and also one of the devices that regulates the well called a pump tech, which wasn't coming on as long. So we replaced that, we fixed the leaky toilets. This resolved us, I think, back to our 0.8 gallons. So obviously, there's not enough water for us to use. It wouldn't be fair. We have a pretty stringent well agreement in place that says that, you just can't use. We have to conserve as much water as we have, and we've been successful at doing so.
Sure. So, Mr. Chairman, did the other, I think I heard you mention that you bought another lot there, the
Yes.
adjacent lot. Does that have a well?
No.
No. Okay.
We're not allowed to use any well water for this operation. It has to be commercial water. It has to be agricultural. It could be from a utility, like you could be in Santa Fe, the city of Santa Fe, and you could use their water to grow if you could get the variance and the zoning, because this is essentially commercial water. But out where we are, we can't use that. If I were to drill a well and I was to hit a lot of water, I could go through the long process of buying water rights, say from Estancia Valley, and transferring to my well. This take years, and I really have no interest in this. If I were to drill a domestic well on that property that I purchased, it would simply be to have a backup well for our, homes, and, there might be a home built on that property at some time.
Sure. And is there just one grow season in a season? This is grown outdoor?
Well, this is outdoors, so, there's no greenhouses allowed. There's no lighting. As I said, we don't have, people have asked about the lighting, the security. They think that there's going to be literally people breaking into this facility every day, and the lights are going to be going off, and they're going to be all flipped out. But we don't have any lighting. We have security cameras that are motion detected. You can't have lighting associated with cannabis in the flowering stage because it disrupts the flowering of the cannabis. So we can't have big lights. It's essentially an invisible operation.
Okay. And
did I answer the question?
Yeah, you did. And Mr. Chairman, for staff, I think I read in here somewhere where security is required by the state or under state law. So who enforces that, or what is the level of security when you do something like this? Is the county required to do this, or the state sends their regulators out, or how does this work?
Mr. Chair,
It does not work.
Commissioner, yes, it is regulated by the state. The security, the county does not regulate. What we would regulate, if there are any lights, that they'd be downward lit and shielded as per the design standards. but the state's the one that regulates what kind of security and implements it on the growers.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
You know,
Chairman.
I could give a little information about it because the state shows up. They showed up a few weeks ago. They were like, okay, you're on our list. We want to see what you got. And we don't have anything. Here's the pile of dirt. Here's the pile of materials. We're waiting. Here's their, I have that stuff ready to go. And so I talked to them about the security cameras because I'm not very clear about them. And they basically said, that you just have to have security cameras that tape for up to 1 month. And so they want to come in there and then they want to ask you, they want to look at the date and they want to say, show me the security footage from a month ago. And so basically that's it. You have to have 1 month of security footage. It has to cover the entire grow. It has to cover the gate into the grow and has to cover any room that you might store material in. So it's maybe 8 cameras, 10 cameras.
Thank you. Thank you for the response.
Okay, Wendy?
Odor always seems to be a problem, and when people come in and want to talk about these operations, and after the last one that we had, I did some researching, and a lot of the statistics that were being thrown at us were for large operations. I mean, acres of, and small operations like this, like in other states, don't even have don't even have an odor requirement for small operations. But you had mentioned, and maybe to the hearing officer, about low odor plants. Is that a thing?
Well, people have mentioned that, and that's something that might be investigated, but I really don't think it's very effective. I think the distance is much more important to this. In reality, the people who cultivate cannabis cultivate it for its aroma and its odor, and to have a plant that didn't have any of that would not be a very good commercial product. So I have not ever tried that yet. As I say, the odor is limited to a few weeks, basically right now. And most of the odor situation, for an odor to drift for 1,000 feet, it would have to have very specific conditions and not windy conditions. If it's windy, it agitates everything. And, when it's windy, I can stand 10 feet from the plants and not smell them. It's when there's no wind. And it was, say, in the direction, so you just got this kind of blob of odor that might drift over to a person's house. But the idea that it still would disseminate some, and it wouldn't be that terribly strong, I don't feel. Some people have a different opinion about that. And I'm not going to say that could never happen, but it's unlikely to happen. And, the lot, to me, that I bought is to the west. The majority of the winds are out of the west. I look at the weather, and I looked at the weather for the next 2 weeks, and, there's not a day it's not 10 to 20 miles an hour where I am. There's no day that it's 0. So I'm on the edge of an area where it's very, very windy. So I feel, and it's mostly coming from the west. It comes from other directions, of course, sometimes, but that's the predominant wind. And so I have never, I never smell the plants when I'm in front of my house, even though the plants that I have now are right on the other side of my house. It's only when I walk out the back door that I can smell the house. And we are going to have a fence. It's going to have, 7-8 foot high. It's going to have material. Even though that won't completely eliminate the odor drifting out, it will reduce it. It'll concentrate it. When a lot of people talk about odor, like you mentioned, many acre thing, this small little lot, and then in relation to the landscape around it, this has a lot to do with how pressing the odors are going to be. So the landscape around it is hundreds of times the size of as you get to the neighbor's house as the size of this lot. So another thing about people with odors is that they think about operations where they're blowing from indoors, where the odors can be much more intense because it's confined, and then they're exhausting it out. Now, some people use filters to reduce it, but they wear out and they give up and they think, oh, it doesn't matter anymore, and they just vent it outside. And if you're near that, it's a very strong odor because it's very concentrated. It's very different in the situation that is before you today, however.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Okay. I'm going to open up to public hearing. Is there anybody out there that wants to talk on behalf or against this project? Please come forward. Get sworn in.
My name is Uzi Broshi. I'm at 26 UZI. UZI. And last name is Broshi. And I reside on 26 Red Raven Road, Santa New Mexico, 87508. Mr. Chairman and committee, thanks you so much for letting me stand in front of you. On behalf of you residents, we submitted a detailed letter to the committee. I hope you had a chance to read it, so we don't have to repeat it and we can save time, where we're disputing a lot of David claims. And we went point by point.
Could you speak closer to the mic?
Yeah. I want to speak here about different aspects of what's going on. I'm the closest neighbor to David. When David and the trucks is going to be riding with the water, riding 50 feet from our windows, So we are the most impacted people from this operation. And just even before there is a farm, things have, on Red Raven Road have darkened and become cloudy for us in terms of how it's impacting our life. Since the last hearing in May that we submitted, Dave's behavior toward us have changed dramatically. I guess to express his anger that we are expressing reservation and opposition to his cannabis operation, he became quite, what we feel, quite passive, hostile toward us. It used to be very friendly. When we cross each other, we always chat. We're talking about the family. We're talking about, or at least waving. We participate in some family event. All of a sudden, David now, the first 2 weeks after the hearing, for some reason, David was always accelerating on our property. Now it's subsided. However, he makes sure that he doesn't make eye contact with us. He makes sure not to acknowledge us. So this is how we are right now impacted by their behavior. We changed after the hearing of last hearing. And there's no communication whatsoever. For me, sometimes I feel like when David passed by, passing by like a ghost, not like by a neighbor that we used to have a relationship with. David, the other issue about the road, David also holding big parties. So far, there's been 4 parties this year where there is 80 to 50 cars driving to his property for the party and back. And this running between 6, 7 p.m. until 4 a.m., 5 p.m. The next morning. And this is pretty substantial use of road, but also not very considerable. Again, all those cars, some of them play loud music, passing 50 feet from our windows. And that at 4 a.m., it doesn't matter what hour. Some of them play music, loud music. Some of them should not be behind the wheel after those parties. I must also, it's stated in the letter, but I must make sure that the easement is for residential use, not for commercial use. There is no commercial use easement on this property. That's what we understand from covenant that we found in our file from the 80s, but I think we believe it's still true. But sometimes the way David right now behave, it feels like he's not having easement, but he owned the whole thing. Another issue with the odor. Unfortunately, my wife she's highly chemical sensitive, including essential oil and including cannabis. She has a fairly strong impact on her, and we're very concerned about the effect on her health. When David talked about 12, we could smell it when he had 12 plant, and we expressed it to him. At one point, David said, actually, I had 120. So actually, it's confidential, but we had 120, not 12. So the smell not going to be more. We don't believe it. We don't believe it. And we're really concerned about it. So again, in order to appease us, to make sure that we are quiet, he just told us, and we're not sure what is true. One way or the other, one claim was not true. We try to discuss between us, because we are the closest neighbor, and because we were close to them, because we were in good relationship with his daughter, we were treating his daughter along the years, because we're both in a health. We try to see how can we come to a compromise, how can discuss. But the way David been relating to us, we felt like the communication channel have been destroyed. And this is very painful. It's painful for me to stand here and say all that, but it comes to the point that I do have to say it. So as I say, since it's already impacting us before we even have the farm or the pretty heavily, and in a pretty disturbing way. I can't imagine with that kind of atmosphere and feeling what it's going to be when the farm actually, if it's approved, how it's going to feel with all the. With that said, I thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Any questions of the applicant? No, I guess not. Okay, I'm going to open this up to the public. This is a public hearing. Anybody wishing to speak in favor or against this project, please come forward.
Yes. Alexis Pittis, 4949 Roma Avenue, Albuquerque, New Mexico. Hello, good evening, everyone. I am David's youngest daughter. I am here on behalf to support my dad, and a few things that I have been reflecting on during this hearing regarding our neighbors, Cynthia and Uzi, who have been concerned about this for months and has been a concern for them. But what they have not mentioned, that they have also been hostile. They put cinder blocks in the road. They have done this. And they also do have an Airbnb, a bed and breakfast where they do bring in people. So that is technically considered commercial. So they have also been reacting. Me and my boyfriend, we drive past that road often. We are always very cautious. We drive slowly. My dad does as well. My dad is not the kind of person who would intentionally bring any harm to anyone, especially a community. As he said earlier, he has, made improvements on the road. He continues to make improvements on the road. He is well known in the community. He has done a lot for the community. He has helped our neighbors when they have gone stuck in the road. He's not a hostile person. It's a situation that is making this aggressive situation between both of them, but my father has been as kind as he can be, and they have also been reacting in a way that is not appropriate. I was actually one of the people that they treated because I have a lot of health issues. I have some autoimmune disorders as well as some other issues that cannabis smell can affect me, but I am not affected by it. I recently went to my father's house to visit, and we walked around the property, both me and my boyfriend. We could not smell anything. I mean, we have very good sense of smell because we're pretty young, and we are always immersing in food and culture and smells, so we couldn't smell it. And that is 100% honesty. And I wouldn't lie about something like that because I'm a truthful person. So overall, I hope this has been a very stressful and long process for my dad. He is an older guy. He is doing this for his well-being as well, and for ours too, because this is also our future, and it's impacting the whole family. In terms of the parties that he's been having, he does like to party because he isn't, it's closer to the end of his life. He has to live out his life. They did call the cops on him. Cynthia and Uzi have called the cops on him. I'm not entirely sure what happened, but because of maybe music or people coming in, but that is something that I wanted to note. Other than that, I believe that is all that I have to say, and thank you so much for listening to me.
Thank you. Okay. Anybody else out there that wants to speak on behalf or against this project? Jose, anybody online?
Mr. Chair, yes, there is Katerina Pittis. See if I can. She's unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, I can swear.
Could I swear you in, please? You swear?
Yes.
To give us the whole truth.
Yes.
You state your name and address for the record.
Katerina Pittis, and it will be 2 North Street, Beacon, New York, 12508.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us here today. I am also one of David Pittis's daughters, and I am here to speak on his behalf and to fully support his business. I do want to point out that my dad truly is a community-oriented man. He has lived in this community for over 30 years, and he has truly given back a lot to the community. When he talks about fixing the road, pulling people out of ditches, doing those kinds of things, he really has done that, and I have witnessed that throughout my whole life. We've always lived off of that land. I currently reside in New York, but I come back home all the time, and we have a very deep connection as a family to that land. He is an environmentalist through and through and has always wanted to take good care of the land and make the right decisions so that we don't harm it anymore. So in terms of water, when he says we're not going to use the water from the well for this grow, there's absolutely no way you could do that because there's not enough water almost to live on in a domestic house. So he would be hauling water, which is not uncommon to do in that area anyways, as our local aquifer is already getting worse and worse, unfortunately. There are many other people that live around there, even using Crazy Rabbit Road to haul water, and that's in their right to haul it for their domestic life. And he is, hauling water a very select amount of times for the season. Also, he has demonstrated in the past, that he fixes the road, that he cares to put in his own time and labor, and he's planning to still do that. And he is the kind of person who will go above and beyond to actually do more than he has to. So when he is going to fix more of the road than he actually needs to fix, he means that because he actually really does get a lot of fulfillment from helping others. One little example is during the pandemic, he created an entire mutual aid where they distributed hundreds of masks to the community and PPE equipment. It's the kind of person he is. In terms of odor, I don't live there all the time. I come visit. And so I'm not around it and around the smell of marijuana and used to the smells of that area, but I am not impacted at all by the odor when I come. I never smell it at all, and I'm pretty sensitive to smells. I'm not around marijuana much either, so it's not something I'm like accustomed to. And that, this is, when you really think about it, this is not a huge operation. I think people are assuming that this is like a big farm, this is like a huge swath of land. It's like a small garden. There's people already in the area with gardens. There's already people with livestock and horses. There's a ton of people that have animals. And are we going to say that you can't have plants, but you can have livestock when we talk about odor? That doesn't really make sense in my mind. And in terms of security, he's at the total end of the road. He's going to have everything set up so it stays as safe as possible. He lives at this house, so he's obviously not wanting crime to happen at his house, so he's going to take the precautions he needs. But marijuana is legal now, and there is not that much incentive to steal it, to make a lot of money. It's not as expensive anymore. So why would this be like a reason for people to steal something that's legal? That to me just is not a valid reason for people to come on the land. And some of the last things I just wanted to say is in terms of our neighbors, we have had some really hostile behavior from our neighbors that are directly near us. And it is very unfortunate. We have always been very neighborly. We have always helped them. My dad in particular has. I think that folks are very wary of change, especially related to cannabis and this very new industry that is breaking into New Mexico. And I, to that, would say that we really need to support local businesses. We need to keep things small. We need to boost our local economy and local families with these kinds of businesses. My dad being able to make money from this is going to help him have a livelihood and work comfortably as an older man at his home, but also help with my entire family. And these kinds of opportunities will only benefit our community. So we really do need to look in and see, why are we being so reluctant to allow folks to make their own business? And a lot of the people that are also out in Santa Fe, even our neighbors, they have businesses too. They are making money. They are at their home. So this is, at the end of the day, a man trying to make his own at his house. It is just as simple as that. And I think that is, pretty much all I was gonna say. Thank you guys so much for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you very much. Okay. Jose, anybody else out there?
Mr. Chair, yes, there's a Cynthia Broshi.
Broshi, you swear?
Hi, this is Cynthia.
You swear from the
Pardon
testimony
me?
you're about to give us the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Cynthia Broshi, 26 Red Raven Road.
Thank you.
Please proceed.
So, thank you. It's very sad for Uzi and I that this has come to pass. We've been extremely fond of Dave's 3 daughters, and we've all been really good neighbors with each other. If anybody were to read my testimony at the hearing officer meeting on May 11th, I think it would be apparent that I was bending over backwards to come to an amicable solution, despite having strong concerns. And I did propose that there be a 2-year trial period for the permit, and that if the business was affecting the community unduly, then the permit would be reconsidered. There's been a number of things said at this meeting that I need to speak to quickly. I don't know when Dave said that they're not allowed to use any domestic water. His reply to the question about a well on the adjacent property. I think that we'd need to ask Mr. Cisneros about that, because I asked him that question, and when I asked him, he did not know. It's very likely he has ascertained that it is not allowed, but I think that should be known for sure. When Dave says it's an essentially invisible operation, well, I will be speaking to that. That is not true. In terms of odor, whether there's something that can be done to ameliorate odor, I've heard from people who are in agriculture that if tall trees are planted surrounding the grow, that can prevent odor. And the fact is, when Dave has a fire in his fireplace, we smell smoke if the wind or the air is in the right condition. And there were some times last year when we smelled the odor of cannabis. I just thought he was having a big party at 10 in the morning. But later I understood that cannabis growing has a strong odor. As well, people on other properties, as far away as Crazy Rabbit, have smelled the odor, which seemingly comes from his place because it doesn't seem anyone else in the area is growing enough to produce that much odor. In terms of an Airbnb, we did have an Airbnb, but we have closed that. In terms of a cinder block, one time after this very hostile sort of fast driving by our house by Dave, when one of the bags from his vermiculite blew to our house, I put it in the road, and I used his cinder block that he had left there to adhere it. He texted me and said, "Don't ever do that again. People drive this road." And I was like, "Oh yeah, good point." So that has not happened before since. In terms of hostile behavior, neither Uzi nor I, nor any of the other neighbors, as far as I'm aware of, have been the least bit hostile to anyone in the family. So I want to speak especially about a letter of objection, which I submitted by email yesterday to Mr. Cisneros. And I think it's a miracle if he had time to read it, or anyone else on the staff. And I'm quite certain the commissioners have not. I apologize for getting in so late, but I did not read the testimony from the hearing officer meeting was sent to me about a month ago, just shortly before I was traveling for a month. And so I had been working on it while traveling. And this letter includes a few questions. Pardon me? Oh, I'm sorry, I thought someone asked. This letter includes a few questions regarding written requirements by the fire department. It requests for some binding stipulations should the permit be approved. There are 4 folders of photos supporting the contents of the letter, but the bulk of it contests the accuracy of testimony that was made at the hearing officer meeting on May 11. In 2 places, information which was given by Mr. Bustos, who was at the time the case manager, was incomplete, clearly inadvertently so. And then there are 17 places listed in which Dave's testimony is either inaccurate, incomplete, or misleading. All 19 of these statements regard topics and relay information that the hearing officer refers to in her recommendation to approve the permit. Many of the seeming variations listed in this letter could seem insignificant to the commission. History of road use and maintenance, odor, views, these might have no import upon the commission's decision. However, altogether, they would seem to indicate a tendency for Dave to disregard the seriousness of testifying under oath, and they may have obscured the hearing officer's understanding of the situation enough to alter their recommendation. I wrote this letter. However, 3 unrelated neighbors provided information. We've been in communication for a few weeks, and one has also fact-checked. I sent the letter in an email to 18 different emails of neighbors asking them to fact-check. Now, I didn't get the letter into Mr. Cisneros till yesterday morning. I didn't get the letter out to the neighbors till Tuesday evening. So I can only assume that some have not read it yet and that there may still be fact-checking that needs to go on in the neighborhood. But so far, I've only received a question from one person, the person that Dave mentions, who is hoping he will bring the road into good shape. And her questions related to that she thought my letter was objecting to fixing the road, which is not the case at all. Some of the objections listed, or some of the information listed, questions Dave's statements about fixing the road. Everyone supports fixing the road, but it is in process. This doesn't have to be a he said, they said situation, because the truth of at least some of the apparent discrepancies that are listed in this letter can easily be proven or disproven. However, I think both the neighborhood and Dave himself need an opportunity to respond to this very serious. I took it very seriously that this letter is saying he was not completely truthful at the last public meeting. And he should have a chance to respond to that. But as well, other neighbors should have a chance to say their point of view about what the truth is. Because the question the list raises, regardless of whether there's any significance to someone not being fully truthful under oath, is whether this is an individual who should be entrusted with substantial amounts of a controlled substance. When I sent the letter on Tuesday evening, I also invited neighbors to co-sign it. So far, 4 unrelated neighbors have done so. When I sent the letter into Mr. Cisneros, they had not yet replied, so those names need to be added to that letter. Some of the items in this letter are going to sound like I'm a prying neighbor, but I'm not. I really treasure my privacy, and I treasure others' privacy. When you see the photo taken from our house, you will see that it is impossible for us when we step out of our front door not to see if something's going up. If a new garage is going up on the ridge where Dave lives, for instance. As well, many times people looking for Dave's house stop at our house, and ask for directions. So it's impossible not to notice that they're delivering a whole bunch of cyclone fencing, say. Okay, so unfortunately, I was hoping I could just paraphrase. But I think that the decision is made tonight, if I understand correctly. And so unfortunately, I think that means I do need to read the contents of this letter. Dear Santa Fe County Planning Commission members and staff, upon reading the SLDC hearing officer meeting, May 11, 2023 transcript.
Ms. Braschi, how long is that letter?
Well, there are 17 items referred to in which Dave's testimony is being questioned. It is lengthy.
We need to
I
move along.
can do my best to.
We have some more case. We have another case afterwards, so we need to move along here.
So how do these things get considered? I mean, is it important to determine whether he's being truthful when he's under oath?
What was that?
My question is it important for you guys, for the commission, to be able to determine, to be able to know whether Dave has been truthful when he was under oath in the last meeting?
We have the information that we received in our packets. We've all reviewed it, and based on the information we received today in our packets, we'll make our decision based on that.
Okay, so do you guys have, I'm sorry, but does the commission have the letter of objection that was sent to Mr. Cisneros yesterday? In your packet?
It's in the exhibit. It's in the exhibit.
Fantastic. And the photos also. 4 folders of photos.
The white fertilizer bag, for example, is that photo? Or there's a...
No.
Okay.
There were, because of, the size of photos, this packet, so to speak, I sent to Mr. Cisneros in 4 different emails. So I don't know if they all got, first of all, who knows if they got received, but also whether they all got put together for you all to be able to see. Because some of the photos are what are basically the proof of the pudding of the difference between what Dave is claiming and what one sees with one's own eyes. If those photos are not in the packet, is it possible that I can arrange to have them sent so that all the commissioners have them?
Those photos, do you have them?
There's 4 folders, and they are titled photos number A, number B, number C, and number D. And then there's also a scan of a covenant, of a notarized covenant. And the letter is 5 pages, so I want to make sure you receive the entire letter.
And staff, Mr. Chair, and staff, while you're looking for that, I'd like to understand what we can consider and what the deadlines for submittal might be, because if this is something that we have not received because it passed some deadline, then it'd be of concern for Cynthia, for you to make assertions in this letter that we, if we cannot see the letter, we cannot see the letter. So I'm just concerned about that.
Yeah, the letter was not submitted until yesterday morning, Wednesday morning. And the photos also.
Commissioner, the packet material that's available on board docs is not really governed by the Open Meetings Act the way the agenda items would be. So I don't think there's no deadline in state law that would require material to be submitted by a certain deadline before a hearing. I don't know if that answers your question.
And so just to follow up, so did we receive the material that you received Tuesday morning or evening from Cynthia? Just trying to understand, is this in our packet? I'm not able to see it easily.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, no, you did not receive that. Staff just informed me that they just saw the email this morning. But usually we try to print it out and bring it, but that was not done in this case.
Does that include the letter as well?
That includes the letter that she's mentioning. Correct. Letter.
Yeah, I would say we need to see that, right?
I want to make sure.
Excuse me, does staff have a recommendation in light of this submittal but omission to provide it to us? Because I think to read a 17-item letter that we can't review might be challenging.
Mr. Chair and Commissioner, if it's helpful to the board, I'll state that while there's no state law deadline as far as the Open Meetings Act and providing notice to all parties involved, At least our practical deadline as far as uploading things to our board docs website was on Thursday last week, I believe. So once that deadline was passed, I don't think it was going to be able to be uploaded by staff before this meeting. So it would be at the discretion of the chair, I believe, if you wanted to consider this or not.
There is a letter from her and some photos in the packet.
Can you point me to that, Wendy? 65 of 76, so the exhibits? Thanks.
Mr. Chairman,
Steve?
what are we trying to consider here by looking at this letter and/or pictures? Are we trying to add information to the application, or are we trying to somehow adjudicate whether this gentleman spoke truthfully at a previous meeting?
I think that being that at one point we didn't think we had the letter, but now that Wendy pointed out to me that we have the letter and the pictures, I don't think there's an issue.
So we have it in our packet, we can look at
Yes.
that and see what it says. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I guess we're at the point now where if you want to finish up your testimony, so we can continue
Sure.
on our meeting over here. Please try
Yeah.
to finish up.
Okay, I have one question about the letter that you have. I did send a letter a couple months ago. That is not the letter of objection that I'm referring to. So it may, with some photos, by the way. So that might be a whole different letter. If it has a date on it, it's a different letter. It is not the letter which is speaking of the testimony at the hearing officer meeting.
I think after speaking with the attorney, with the county attorney, we're just going to go and continue and go forward.
Yes, it's the discretion of the board if you want to limit any public comment or the time for which somebody can make a public comment, or even, I think, trying to present material that hadn't previously been submitted.
Yeah, okay, well, please continue your what's that? Yeah, we don't need you to read the whole letter.
No,
we have
I
it in the
understand.
packet.
I understand.
Please close up your presentation so we can continue with this meeting.
Okay, I will close it with two questions. Regarding the requirement that the applicant provide a statement, this is a quote, a statement from a New Mexico professional engineer indicating that the on-site driving surface is capable of supporting 75,000 pounds. Imposed load of fire apparatus. Do the access roads need to be able to bear this weight also? Because the access that was described by Mr. Cisnero at the beginning of this meeting, which was also described by Mr. Bustos last meeting, that the grow area is accessed by the adjacent property, which is owned by Dave. But there are two roads which access that property. And so the question is, would the fire department have requirements of those roads also? He's also being required to widen the road, and the road right below his property is not nearly the 20-foot driving surface required. Would that need to be widened also?
This type of application, I don't think that's part of the requirements for this type of application for widening the roads and stuff. Maintaining the road, I could understand, but I don't think that would apply to this. Okay.
Okay, then I think I'm done. Thank you. I hope that the neighborhood's concerns. We do request. I just have one more request. Many in the neighbor request that there be a stipulation that Dave correct any damage done to the roads by the water delivery trucks. And no one who's been involved in maintaining the roads deeply knows anything about his having repaired roads, having repaired Crazy Rabbit. So the fact that he says that he'll do it is not the same as being required to do it. As well, Red Raven needs that protection. our other neighbor on Red Raven just put $500 into improving Red Raven. And if one load of water were to damage that portion of the road, our neighbor would not be able to drive his Airstream vehicle. So we request that there be a written stipulation that Dave maintains the roads if he's using them for this commercial purpose.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, there is a recommendation that the lot B2 and B1, that's the adjoining lot, that's next to the lot, the proposed lot for the grow, is to be a 20-foot wide driving surface. Mr. Pettis is and has been ready to submit that application, but he has chosen to wait until he gets a final decision.
Thank you. Okay. Any more callers, Jose?
Mr. Chair, yes, there's Anna Pittis.
Pittis? Are you there?
Anna, I think you have to, if you're on the phone, it's *6.
Hi. Hi, sorry. Yes, it wasn't allowing me to unmute, and I'm trying to get the video. It says I don't have access for camera, but
I need to swear you in.
okay, go ahead.
You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give is the whole truth.
Yes, I swear.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Hi, thank you for hearing me. My name is Anastasia Pittis, and my address is 1133 Vassar Drive, Northeast, Albuquerque, New Mexico, 87106.
Thank you.
Thank you. So I am calling in support of my father, David Pittis. I am David Pittis's oldest daughter. I have grown up in the country for almost my whole life, since I was really there till I was about 21. And I went back there to raise my daughter, and so I've been out there a very long time. And I have seen many, many incidences of my father being extremely communal and helping out the community as well, and fixing roads. In fact, I've even been a part of fixing roads. I can't speak to the hostility between neighbors. Cynthia and Uzi have been incredible to me as neighbors, and I don't live there anymore, and they definitely helped me out, and David helped them out. And I'm saddened to see that this has been so difficult for them. But my position is in support of my father, because this is his right to have this business, and he is a very good citizen. He has followed all of the procedures to do this. He's ticked all of the boxes, and I fully support him. I think that this is important for his livelihood, and this is a local business, and it's essential. So yeah, that's my only statement.
Thank you.
Thank
Do
you.
we have anybody else?
Yes, Mr. Chair, there's Kendra.
Hello.
Kendra?
Hi. Yes.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and testimony you're about to give?
Yes.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Kendra Carmona, 2 Paseo de Angel North, Santa Fe, New Mexico, 87507.
Thank you.
So I actually grew up in this community, and my grandmother has a property in that area. Her address is 66 Quail Run. So I actually went to elementary school with the Pettis children, and I was a member of that community up until I was 20 years of age. So I was in that community for 20 years, and issues with the road have always occurred. I've been on their road, the Red Raven Road. And anything from, like snow melt damages that road. I have witnessed on my grandmother's property, she also has a private dirt road, and it's just hard to maintain it. I really don't see how a water truck like using that road makes Mr. Dave responsible for then continuing to fix that road. And yeah, just to speak on Mr. Dave's character, he has helped fix that road many of times. He has even offered to help fix my grandmother's road over the years. So yeah, I believe it's his legal right to obtain this permit, and he should be allowed to execute his right. It's a free country, and as terms for the smell, it's a 6-acre property. And I have a really hard time believing that the smell is affected, especially when we have neighbors that have livestock like horses, pigs, and goats. That a smell like that would be an issue, especially since in terms of cannabis, I don't think the smell really affects it unless it's being consumed. And yeah.
All right, thank you. Anything else?
That's it.
Thank you very much.
Of course.
Okay, Jose, anybody else?
Mr. Chair, if you give me just a second, my screen came turned off, so I have to log back in.
Know the feeling.
Mr. Chair, there seems to be no one else wishing to speak on this item.
Okay, thank you, Jose. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any comments or motions from the commission?
I have a motion.
Carl?
Just have one comment. I'm kind of curious that, I know that the applicant has a shared well, but I didn't hear any people speak up about the ones that are sharing it with him as far as the usage or, 'cause I looked at some of the letters here and there's a big concern about water, but I was surprised not to see anybody that said, we share a well and I see this X amount of usage, or we're having these troubles, or I'm just wondering if the applicant could please speak? Yes.
Well, the other two homes that are on the well are aware that I'm applying for this permit. We have a well agreement. They understand that we cannot use the water from our well for this. The well agreement was submitted to the county. So, you know, it's just a simple well agreement, says we split it by thirds. If the water drops below a certain level, then we have to meter each person. And it also deals with the contingency of if the well goes dry, how we'll go about, you know, providing water for everybody. Now,
That's fine, that's
Thank you.
enough.
can I just speak for a
We don't want to go
moment?
into a whole big discussion again. Okay, any other questions? Motions?
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion.
Okay.
I'd like to move that we approve this conditional use permit as proposed by the county.
I have a question on that. He was talking about only growing 100 plants. Would we put a condition on there that the maximum amount of plants that you could have would be 100?
I would like to add a friendly amendment to add 100, if the commission agrees. Be consistent with what we've done in the past.
I would not agree to that.
Okay.
I would say, you know, first of all, I think that'd be very difficult to enforce. Secondly, the state has jurisdiction over how many plants somebody can grow, and that's 200.
Okay, I think we did that with the last one.
Yeah, I guess we could ask the applicant if he'd agree to 100.
He's already stated that he only wants to grow 100 plants. So,
So, what's the motion after all that?
I move that we approve the conditional use permit as presented,
Okay.
With the conditions presented.
with the conditions that are presented.
I'll
Yes.
I'll second.
May I offer an amendment to that conditions? I think in addition to providing the monthly water meter reads from his well, that he also provide each month the receipts from the water haulers that kind of document the import of water to allow the county to recognize how much water is actually being purchased and used. So I would suggest that we add that receipts for purchased water shall also be submitted to the county along with the monthly water meter readings.
That's up to Steve. It's his amendment.
No,
It's his,
I won't accept that either. I just think that that's an unnecessary requirement. I mean, you know, if he hauls 10 loads or 15 loads or 5 loads, I mean, that's what it's gonna be. If he starts doing more plants, well, that might be something, but the water's not coming from the local area. That's the important thing. It's coming from Estancia. I use the same water hauler, by the way. It's coming from Estancia. So water really isn't the question. The only real question here is the conditions of the roads. And I think that the applicant has spoken to that.
Okay. Okay, well, we have a motion on the table from Steve with the conditions of staff, right?
I'll second.
Okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. All in favor of this motion, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, sir. Okay, last case. Case 22-5230. William Horn and Robert Wong variance. So, Mr. John Lovato himself.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commission members. William Horn and Robert Wong, applicants, Richard Woolbury, agent, request the variance of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.10.6, ridgetop/ridgeline setbacks, to allow for a 3,040 square foot residence to be constructed on a ridgetop within 25 feet of the ridgetop ridgeline setback. The property is within the residential zoning district, within the High Summit subdivision, and located at 112 South Summit Ridge within Section 17, Township 17 North, Range 10 East, Commission District 4. The applicant proposes to construct a 3,040 square foot residence on the shoulder of a ridge. The residence will be 14 feet in height as illustrated on the elevation sheets of the plan set. The maximum height limit for structures on ridgetop, ridgelines, and shoulders is 14 feet for a flat roof or 18 feet for a pitched roof. The property is located above the 7,400 foot elevation and is subject to the requirements of Chapter 7, Section 7.17.10. Development at or above 7,400 feet
The property is located within the Ridgetop Subdistrict for the High Summit Master Plan, as well as the High Summit Phase 8. A site visit was conducted by the Building Development Services Supervisor, in which he identified the proposed buildable area is the only buildable area on the site. The proposed buildable envelope is also consistent with the buildable area identified in High Summit Master Plan. Therefore, a variance to build on the ridgetop is not warranted. On May 11, 2023, this request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Hearing Officer. At the hearing, one member from the public spoke in opposition of the application. The hearing officer memorialized findings of fact and conclusions of law in a written order on this request. The hearing officer, based on the evidence presented, recommended approval of the variance request. Building and Development Services staff has determined that this application is not complete compliance with the SLDC, but it seems to be in line with the criteria necessary for granting a variance. Due to topography of the lot, the applicant is unable to construct a home on the lot without variances. The applicant has met the variance criteria where, due to extraordinary and exceptional situations or conditions of the property, the strict compliance of the application of the code would result in particular in exceptional practical difficulty or exceptional and undue hardship on the owner. In order to construct any residence on the property, a variance request is necessary. This causes peculiar and exceptional practical difficulties or exceptional and undue hardship on the applicant owner. Based on this proposal, minimizing the amount of disturbances of the applicant owner, based on the proposal minimizing this disturbance of the terrain and minimizing the visibility of the residents, the spirit of the SLDC is met. Hearing officer recommendation. On May 11, 2023, this request was presented to the Sustainable Land Development Hearing Officer. At the hearing, one member of the public spoke in opposition of the application. The hearing officer memorialized the findings of fact and conclusions of law in a written order on this request. The hearing officer, based her evidence presented, recommended approval of the variance request, and that's Exhibit 6. Recommendation. Staff recommends approval of the variance to allow 120 square foot of the garage to have a setback less than 25 feet from the ridgeline, subject to the following conditions. Mr. Chair, may I enter those conditions into the record?
Yes, you may.
Thank you, and I stand for any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you, John. Does the commission have any questions of staff?
So in the report, at one point it says that a variance isn't even necessary.
So the reason for that is because originally, the way the ordinance is written, we do not allow buildable areas on ridgetop, and unless there's no other buildable area. In this case, this is that situation. That's why that section is in there. When the agent presented to staff in the technical advisory committee meeting, he presented that the need for the second variance would be in place, and it was determined later on by staff that that is not the need for that variance, or there's no need for that variance.
Okay, Carl?
Mr. Lovato, I'm looking at this correctly, so it's just a small part of the house that's being requested for the variance that's within that 25-foot setback, is that correct?
Mr. Chair, committee member Trujillo, that is correct.
Okay. Just in looking at this site plan, maybe this is a question for the applicant, I'm not sure, but it appears to be a building envelope here as well. I just don't know if that's from the subdivision. It almost looks like the house has been scooted over outside the building envelope to minimize that area. Does that seem correct?
Mr. Chair, committee member Trujillo, that is correct.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions, staff, the commission? Okay. Eric?
I wonder if there is any opposition from any neighbors to this request during this process.
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Obo, I do believe there was a letter, but I'm not sure if there's anyone in the audience tonight.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, John. Is the applicant here to make his presentation?
I so do.
State your name and address for the record.
Richard Woodbury, Osage Design Studio. My address is 1216 Vitalia Street, Santa Fe, 87505. Thank you for enjoying our evenings together. I appreciate you staying this late. So this particular subdivision and the lot in question were created. It's a legal lot that's platted prior to the current Sustainable Land Development Code. So in addition to having potentially more restrictive county covenants, the HOA covenants became more restrictive as well. So the buildable area that you had questioned on that the building is outside of was the buildable area shown on the original plat. As it turns out, with the current county code as well as the current HOA covenants, part of that buildable area was outside of the actual legal buildable area. As a result of that, working with county staff, we tried to identify the best buildable site for this house. First, I'll say that this is not a large house with around 3,000 square foot heated. It's not small, but it's not you know, a massive house. The area that we could build on that complied with all county codes and HOA covenants became kind of an arrowhead-shaped lot or buildable area that really was not conducive to the design of any type of house. That's when I worked with county staff to define a buildable area, work with kind of balancing the site so that we got a decent place to build that was as compliant as possible with county code. It was pointed out that the amount of variance that we're asking for is around 120 square foot of the total area, so it's statistically a fairly small percentage of that. And the final point I'd like to say is the shoulder is defined by county code as where slopes on a hill that are 30% start to flatten out as they get to the top. That area where they go from 30% to flatter than that is the shoulder with a 25-foot upslope offset from that. Nature isn't perfect, and so having an exact edge where slopes go from less than 30 to more than 30 is impossible. So we, you know, county staff and I worked together to try to find where that shoulder truly is, and it's approximate at best. So the point I'm trying to make is we did our best on defining that shoulder and determining where that offset would be and trying to make the house work with it. Any questions?
Thank you, sir. Does the commission have any questions of the applicant? Okay, not at this time. Oh, okay, Carl?
Yeah, so this is almost just the opposite of something we heard earlier. My question is that the buildable area that was placed there was put on by the developer or some homeowners association. And is that, what is the organization or who put the covenants on this property, do you know?
So the buildable area, which looks like kind of a dashed amoeba on one of the site plans, was shown on the subdivision plat on each lot when it was originally subdivided. I believe it was in the 90s. I could be wrong on that date, but it was many years before the advent of the Sustainable Land Development Code, as well as my clients purchasing that lot.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, Commission Member Trio, to give a little history on this particular lot. This property was within the Santa Fe County originally, and then it was annexed in 2009 and pulled into the city of Santa Fe, which did whole new replatting on the subdivision. But between those times, it was platted several times because it wasn't set in stone. The city took over. These are city ridgetop rules. Santa Fe County at this time would not basically deem this as a ridgetop, because it's more of a shoulder type of development on a steep slope. But because the note was placed on it by the city of Santa Fe, we basically took it forward this way to present it to you guys that way. But the history is in 2009, the city did take over, and then Santa Fe County reassumed this particular area, I think in 2012, because majority of the folks up in High Summit in that area wanted to be reincorporated back into the county. So I just wanted to put that little note in there.
Okay,
another note for this property is the high point on the ridge is not the actual property that these applicants own. They own lower on this, as you would call it, little saddle. And then there's a high point. This structure will not protrude above that high point as it sits lower in the saddle. So maybe surrounding properties to the north may see it a bit, maybe some to the south, and definitely above because they're looking down on this property because they're higher up in the ridge point.
Okay, thank you for that. So the other question I have is so this building envelope is there. If you place the house outside the building envelope now, before in the case that you were here, I mean, maybe you weren't here, but was earlier, is we were asked here to give a variance because we could grant that variance here, and it was within the building envelope. Here, you're placing a home potentially outside this building envelope. Is there a body that reviews these cases within the HOA, or is it not an active body to say you can't do this?
There is a HOA Architectural Review Committee. They actually have reviewed the current application and given their preliminary approval of where the house is located and sited. The very first question I asked the HOA Architectural Committee is, you're showing a buildable area with the dashed amoeba bubble. However, it no longer complies with your stated setbacks. And I was told that they would not consider a variance for us to use the footprint of the platted buildable area. In other words, we would have to comply with their current setbacks. So by that statement, they were essentially telling me that the buildable area that they themselves had platted is null and void because it's no longer compliant with current code.
So did they give you a statement to state that, or is there a process to allow you to change the developable area and get it within the HOA approved?
The HOA did not give me a formal methodology for changing the buildable area location other than having me submit a preliminary site plan. Floor plan elevations is the first step of the design review process of the HOA.
Okay.
Yes, I was at the city when we were administering permits to these areas. And these building envelopes were decided by the city as part of their approval to begin with. And you can build out of in those days, you can build out of the envelope if you can still comply with the terrain management 50-50 rule. So that's how that works. But these are actually were actually designated by the city in their review process, unlike the other one. Okay. Anything else? Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to open this up for a public hearing. Anybody out there wants to speak in favor or against this project, please come forward. Get yourself sworn in.
I do. Robert Martin, 310 Catrone Street, Santa Fe. Commissioners, I did submit a letter several months ago, and I'm not sure if it made it into the packet or not. I'm not sure which letter you're referring to. Okay. And we are the neighbors directly to the northeast. So, and our main view is to the southwest, and of course, this property is right in our southwestern view. And while I don't have near the amount of information you do, all I received was, in the notice of public hearing, there's a picture on here which is actually upside down, and it's not very clear about what exactly their project is. So I'm speaking somewhat out of ignorance because I don't understand that, but I do know that, we bought our lot assuming that everybody in the subdivision would have to adhere by the county setback rules on ridge tops. And so, we're just concerned that this will be in our view shed, and I know there's a PVC pipe marker that looks like it's going to be very close to the top of the ridge, the height of the house. But once again, I'm a little bit at a loss here because I'm not I don't have the information that you do as well. But our objection is just that, we bought this with the understanding everybody in the subdivision would have to comply by the setback rules as well as we did, so we assumed that in our distance there wouldn't be anything right on top of the ridge.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anybody else want to come forward and speak for or against this project? Okay, Jose, anybody online?
Mr. Chair, there's no one on WebEx to speak on this item.
Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any discussion or motions from the commissioners? Okay, I'll make a motion on this one. In my opinion, this submittal that's in front of us, the development plan, South Summit Development Plan, if this copy in front of us was recorded or had been incorporated into the engineering plans, which would have been approved by the subdivision engineer, we wouldn't be here for this variance, in my opinion. So on that note, I make a motion for approval of this case with conditions.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion and we have a second. All in favor of this project, say, it's getting late. Anyone in favor of this project, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposes? No opposing. Okay, this case passes. Okay, that leads us to petitions from the floor. I don't see anything. Communications from the commission members. Okay.
I will not be in attendance next month.
Okay, thank you. Jose, the only thing I would ask on that cell tower in the Las Campanas, you want to get that to me next time?
And Mr. Chair, on that note, staff had gone out there, and you're correct, it's not built according to plans. So we're trying to get a hold of the individuals that came in for the tower itself and the structure to see either they modify their plans or they build it out according to plans.
Okay, just keep us informed, please. Thank you. Okay, communications from the attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There's no communications from the attorney today.
Thank you for your help today. We needed it. Let's see, matters from land use staff.
Mr. Chair, land use staff, all we have is that there's 3 members that are nearing the end of their term. Of course, Chairman Gonzalez and Mr. Steve Krantz, Commissioner Steve Krantz, and Wendy Perard. This is her first term, so she has an option to renew. There will be, or has been done, a press release advertising for new members.
Thank you. Okay, next regularly scheduled planning commission meeting is October 19th, 2023. And can I get a motion for adjournment?
So moved.
Second. We are adjourned. All in favor of adjourning, say aye. All opposed? Thank you all.